Hello. Hello. Okay. I am so sorry. There are some technical difficulties there, and I really don't know what's causing OBS to change things. Um, After I close it, it should stay the same, to my knowledge, but apparently it's deciding to mute the mic for some reason in between. So, sorry about that. I did not say anything of consequence, so don't worry. You didn't miss anything. Um, my new beanie makes the screen look crazy. I donated blood yesterday and got a beanie for it. It's kind of like the perfect in between, not too thick, not too thin beanie. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the VOD later when I post it. We're going to be continuing with our conversation about the wonderful world of Galdor, and we're going to be continuing with our world building journey. Get out of here. Just make sure we don't have any interruptions. Okay. Everything is muted. Yes, good. Okay. I'm pretty sure everything is muted. If you hear alerts of any kind, I assure you, they're telling me they're muted, so it's on their end. I've double and triple checked before I even started streaming, so if they don't work, that's their fault. So we are caffeinated, we are energized, we are hydrated. I probably should have stretched before the stream, but that's okay. I'll probably shift to a standing desk later on. I am going to go a little longer. At least I plan to. Hopefully, if nothing goes wrong. I don't have gym today. Today's my rest day, so I plan on going pretty much for as long as I have creative juice to keep going. So there you are. There. That means there might be more breaks in between. I might stop to eat at some point. I will definitely be stopping to going to the bathroom. I'm sorry for that, but that is part of my genetic makeup, and there is literally nothing I can do to control that. So, begging your pardon if I have to walk away for a bit to go to the bathroom. I will also have to, around 2 my time, will have to feed my cats, and I'm sure they will come out and yell at me, letting me know that it is time. So just be aware of those little things. No, Steam, don't open. Screw you. Those little things that will happen in between as I stream. And there's nothing wrong with taking breaks. And just because I'm not a big time streamer does not mean I don't deserve breaks in between. But it also means I don't have to take a pause in the entire stream. So when those breaks come up, I will remind everybody that it is time for a break. So everybody, if you're listening, can go get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch your body, all that good stuff, because it is important to do. You should change your position every hour or so, so my doctor says. Anyway, okay, that's enough from me. Last time on the stream, we were working with the physical makeup of Galdor itself, and we've gotten the players' starting towns, or their hometowns, not their starting towns. The starting town will be Hollow Hill, located here, right there. But then we've got their hometowns and their starting areas figured out and placed on the map. Last time, Edwin, SU, was very helpful in figuring out some ideas with the map. Physically, they took a vector of just the top of a tree and just traced over it, and that was brilliant, and I should have done that from the beginning. That is a brilliant idea. So in taking their ideas and what they presented and showed me, I've filled in a bit more of this map. Because remember, Galdor itself is a tree on a tree. It's trees all the way down, that sort of thing. So, think, it's Discworld, isn't it? That's turtles all the way down. Isn't that what that's from? Pretty sure, something like that. So the physical makeup, as far as what the players need to know and need to interact with, is set. So that's great. So we have base distances as well. If we're looking at Hollow Hill and the Viridescent Valley there in the middle of the Sickle Mountains, um, then those two areas in between is 3 days travel. And 3 days travel on, foot, basically. Which means if you're hitting a good pace, that's about 20 miles a day. If you're real good, let's put it in adventurer terms. Um, and so 60 miles, so there you go. So that's what our general distance markers are indicating. The math of the entirety of the world, I don't know. It's probably really small. But remember that there are three parts to this world. There's the canopy, the overtop, the top of the tree, the middle, the veil, which is its own kind of strange in-between area, and then the underdark or the underbow, which is the upside down, strange, dark part of the world. On the underside of the tree, where sun does not reach, and therefore it is the dark, petrified wood version of the world. Once again, my husband was kind enough to offer notes on some of his ideas, because he listens while he's at work. I love you, baby, if you're listening. And, aside from general things talking about the stream itself functionally, that's for me. You don't need to worry about that. We were also talking about minor gods, aside from the overgods. You've got your Melora's kind of your Zeus, your leader of Galdor, right? So each world in this cosmology has a leading god, and Galdor happens to be Melora, the Wild Mother, your nature-based goddess. So that's why it's a tree. The other planets have other forms that they take. They're not all trees, but it's all a garden. So think of like, my husband and I were talking about Gond and what Gond's world would look like, and we figured it was just one of those globe armillaries where it's just the planets kind of spinning, and maybe he has like one planet and a bunch of moons spinning around the armillary on this beautiful like brass structure. So you think about that as like garden sculpture, basically. So they're not all in the form of trees. That is Melora's favored form for her world, and the garden itself has this big cosmology tree that kind of overshadows all the other planets, and that's your sun and your moon and da 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 da. Or maybe not all the planets, but other planets. It depends on the god. We're not worried about those other worlds right now. We're starting at level 1. We're fighting rats. So we don't need to worry about the big parts of it. Not yet. We will get there. I plan to get there on this stream in the future as we go. I do want a completed world, which, as far as I understand from the world building community, that's barely a thing. And if it does happen, and even for people that write books based in their world for their novels or their epics or their sagas or what have you, I don't think a world built by one person or even a community of people can ever be 100% done, in that you have an answer for any question that comes up. And that's why exercises there is a world building subreddit if you're a frequenter of Reddit, and every now and again somebody will post, ask me a question about my world, and I will come up with an answer for it, because there's no way one person can think of every question that will ever be asked about a world. And I've read those threads, and they're the curiosity within the world, other worlds, and the strange details that people want to know are endless. It depends on the person, it depends on the culture, it depends on their age, it depends on everything. So, so yeah, I don't think a completed world will ever be a thing. For world build, it will be good. It will be good enough to set a story in, or several stories, or however many stories. Look at your Critical Role. That he has Taldori, and do I think Matt Mercer knows every answer to every question about Taldori? No. I think he will make stuff up if he's asked in the moment, and it will become part of the canon. But I don't know if he knows everything about the world. I don't think you can. Which means this stream is gonna go forever! Aren't we happy? I am. I enjoy building worlds, and this stream gives me one to focus on, and I appreciate that. And if this becomes my Taldori, where I just run games out of this world and nothing else to build upon it, awesome. I plan on it. I would love that, to have my own little setting book. Probably not public. Well, I don't know. Who knows what the future will bring? Maybe one day, Galdor, or maybe name pending. I still don't know if Galdor is a real thing. I probably should have Googled it before I named it. But maybe one day Galdor will be published somewhere. That would be cool. Who knows? We keep it open. We keep it, for now, we are just creating and loving it. And that's my favorite part. I'm not looking to publish anything about this world. And I want it to be used for other tables and changed for other tables. I'm not precious about the things I've created. Especially in the RPG sphere, it's important when you're creating within this community to not get too attached. I really do believe that, because RPGs and D&D and everything else outside of D&D, those worlds, those games, they're all created to change to fit the table. And what the players and the game runner loves to do, and it will change day by day. I know my games do. Sometimes I'm feeling cozy, sometimes I want to throw a dragon at somebody. Who knows? But I'm trying to make a world where my moods and my shifting ideas and creative juices can be welcome all at once and make sense. And in doing so, my world will probably never be done, because I contain infinites. The infinite cosmos of my brain being reflected in a world. That would be very limiting. Even the cosmology of a world. Right, so here we are. We have the physical makeup of our beautiful world right now. Subject to change. I have shown this to my players at my table, and they were very excited. I gave them little jumping off points of each of their hometowns, of which I should be. Let me go over here. I've got locations stuck over here, so I'm going to add my locations to. Okay, so I've got Hollow Hill, that's the starting city. Then I've got the Viridescent Valley, that's already done. Well, in that, they're done in that I've created pages for them. I have yet to type up specifics. So maybe we'll zoom back in today, since we went real big last time and we've got some big ideas. I think we could focus a little bit farther in. So I've got Aberdeen, which Edwin, I believe it was, informed me is a city in Scotland, I think. But it came up on a random town name generator, so we're going with Aberdeen. Because I like it. And this is not in any way a reference or a reflection of the real Aberdeen. I know nothing about it. So what is that disclaimer that they put on the end of movies? Any similarities between characters, locations, yada yada are complete coincidence. Coincidental? There you go, that's the word. Um, so yeah, that's the disclaimer. It worded properly, but I can't remember the full thing right now. Let me go over to my lore channel and remember. Hey, how did you go down there? You get back here. Alright, so we've got Aberdeen. This is my general... Hello, what is going on here? Why is there a weird space in between? Fine, we'll just deal with it. So my general type up of Aberdeen so far is a picture-perfect sort of Harper settlement where no one went hungry and no one was forgotten. But only because not everyone was allowed in. If you were deemed by the elders to be too troublesome, whatever that meant, you were given basic supplies and told to find somewhere else to lay your head. And this part is for the character themselves, so we don't need to worry about that part as far as the location goes. So all right, so that's Aberdeen. That's my general makeup. I will probably do like image boards for each of these locations, based on what I imagine them looking like, because again, I am a very visual person. I'm really bad at description, physical description of places, people, items, whatever. I'm real bad at it. So the more pictures I have, the more of a solid idea I have of a location and what the vibe is, and that helps my descriptions. Continuing on, I have the, gotta remember everything I typed up. Diamondback Desert. Diamondback Desert, yes, named for the diamondback rattlesnake because the player playing the character that is from the desert loves snakes, so I am adding in some snaky stuff because they like it. Got very little information about that so far because it's a desert and I'm not sure what kind of information I need at first, so we'll probably go to real life examples of this. In between, you know, the good old-fashioned Sahara Desert and all that area, so I can look up the good old Wikipedia articles, see what kind of information is there, and translate it into fantasy to match this area. Then I've got... Ooh, yes, I'm very excited for the Harlequin Forest. I don't know why it's called that. Whether or not that's something that's named because of some sort of strange physical feature. Maybe the trees are like... I don't know. There's a lot of things I could do. I'm thinking that the idea for the Harlequin Forest is something physical with like the trees and the wildlife. I don't know what. I have a lot of ideas kind of like rummaging around in the old brain, so if you see me like kind of unfocused, that's because I'm trying to organize them. But I'm thinking of like, if you know what crown shyness is. Oh, hi Spottable Mammal, welcome on in. Appreciate you coming into chat. You could give the forest a mystical guardian that's called the Harlequin. That is very true. It could be a minor like trickster god, too. Oh, because that is another idea I am messing with this world. There's also, I was talking about it earlier and went off on a tangent, like I do, get used to that. There are, in Galdor specifically, there are these things called minor gods, and less of, you know, you have your Lathander, god of light and beginnings and all that stuff, but I want more minor gods that are like minor gods if you want to think of them as spirits of nature or of elements. If you think of the kami from Shinto, I believe. Hello, Safichu. I absolutely love that name. Welcome in. Appreciate you coming into chat. We are talking about the World of Galdor and world building it and adding information and building out and out and out for a campaign that in Dungeons & Dragons 5e that I will be running in. Aw, thank you. I love my room too. This is kind of my witchy corner. This is my office. My husband's painting desk is over there where he paints 40K. Um, Galdor sounds like the name I'd give to a frog. Well, that's adorable. But yes, this is my witchy room office place where I do, anything that involves my computer or witchy stuff. Thank you for the follow, Safichu. I hope I'm saying that right. Safichu. Safichu. Um, like Shinto Kami is definitely a cool idea. A great way to individualize the areas the party goes to. Yes, if you're willing to put the work in to populate that list. Yes, that is one of those kind of Sisyphean tasks of like always adding more. Um, okay, good. You've heard worse, I have no doubt. Um, um, but yeah, populating the list of minor gods is definitely a thing, but it also kind of frees up an opportunity or many opportunities. A streamer I've known for a year calls me Sapapachu, and I haven't told him yet. Sapapachu. Well, now you need to make like a burner account just to confuse him and see if he messes up the pronunciation of that. Uh, but the idea of the minor gods and the elemental spirits and the Loa and whatever you want to call them, I think offers me an opportunity to improv as well. Um, you should totally do it. I hope it's not taken either. Um, but yeah, to have that moment of like, especially, it also opens up something for the characters because if the characters as they play, um, gods? Yeah. Yeah, the characters as they play, if they find that there's not a god in the pantheon, because I'm trying to not do too huge of a pantheon, because that's just too many things. That's kind of what the minor gods are for. Um, if they find like an element or an ideal or something that they as a character want to embrace or expand upon, then they have that option and I can work in a smaller god rather than doing, your classic, oh, strange forgotten god over here that's convenient. But the minor gods make more sense for people to have mostly forgotten or not paid attention to them. It could open up the possibility of minor boons. Yes, I got the idea from a word random table in one of my books. Minor boons as rewards for quest arcs as well. A great alternative to gold items. Yes, because I am an overly nice DM. I will say this over and over again. I have warned my in the past like 5, 6, 7 years have tiers of gods that match the tiers of the Celestials. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll have to do some study on that. Um, but me and my husband have been each other's only players and GMs for like the last 7 years, and we tend to overgift magic items to our characters. So we have to be careful about that because you get a stack of like item cards like this and you feel like you're playing poker or like Uno and you're losing real hard. I'm the same way. I'm so free with gold it ruins the power scaling in all my campaigns. Yes, exactly. I'm going to try really hard to avoid that this campaign. And at the very least, even if I do get over dependent on golden items, I'm going to try to give them some money sinks to put into. Like, I'm going to give them a beaten up old cabin for them to fix up as they go. They are going to a steading that is just starting, so that's money that they can pour into to create a community. Hopefully that works. It is I, the god of awkwardly timed and long-lasting bowel movements. I love that you're making me say this. For having fixed my statue, I will now give you my boon. You can now control the volume of your flatulence. I can't give much, but it's hard being a god with only 4 followers. At a casino, yes. A steading, like a homestead. A steading is like smaller than a village. It is a newly formed place where people are collecting to eventually create into a village and a community. I will probably have a casino. That would be a good idea. I don't think I'm gonna get that specific with my minor gods, but good idea if you want to really mess with your players. Um, yes, I will have them start shops. I plan on I have already asked each of them a skill that they want to focus on or to um, uh, uh, build upon in the efforts of the game. They also have, of course, their own little quests that they want to fulfill, their long-term goals, short-term goals. I've asked both. Um, I was going to rejoice the... What's WOT? What's WOT reference? I'm sure it's something I know, but it's not coming to my mind right now. Today I have done it. I've come full circle as a D&D player. I know! That's, yeah, if, you, oh, Wheel of Time. I have not read that series yet. I did not know that was a reference to anything or a word that was used in that series. I've heard that Wheel of Time is like really good, but it is a slog, so I have not had the bravery to start that series yet. And isn't it not finished because he passed before he finished it, or was it somebody else finished it? Something like that. I always get nervous with that kind of stuff. Anyway, sorry, but but yes, I was watching while I was thinking of this campaign before I had players, before I had anything. You know, as a GM, you find inspirations elsewhere. I just finished playing a little game called Little Witch in the Woods on Steam. I'm a big fan of Stardew Valley. I was playing a little bit of Minecraft in between, and I was like, this would be cool if we could get the vibes of these games in a D&D game. And I looked up cozy games, basically, cozy D&D. Not a lot of reference or resources out there. There are some. There are some big ones. There's a domestic handbook that I bought on Drive-Thru RPG. Brandon Sanderson finished. That's what it was. Based on RJ's notes. The plot is all RJ, but it's Sandoz Bro. I've never read anything by Sanderson, but I hear he's amazing. I really want to. My first D&D character, old stereotypical wizard, yep. Then all my dozens of characters through the years were original, lovable, incredibly funny, and well written. Now I'm joining a new campaign and my character I'm making is old stereotypical wizard. Hey, listen, okay, so stereotypes and tropes in fantasy are there for a reason. Because they're fun, and they're comforting, and you can put your own flavoring in any of that stuff. Just because they're familiar doesn't mean they're not lovable. I mean, look at your favorite chair in your house. Can I ramble about him? Yes, please. I support and encourage all rambling of any kind about anything creative or world building or characters or NPCs, any of that. I'll be working on this stuff in between. Like I said, you probably weren't in here yet, but like I said, it's this is gonna be a longer stream, so I have a lot more free time. I don't have to go to the gym today. It's my rest day, so it's definitely dense, and any reader of the book will tell you that there's a notorious slowdown in books 8 to 9. That's, yeah, but it's massively important epic fantasy. Robert Jordan walked so R.R. Martin could also walk. I don't know, I'm not a big on Game of Thrones. Yeah, I'm not either. I read the first book after watching the first season, and then I don't like the way Martin writes. I just don't. I don't like the way he writes. Gerald Fitzgerald. I already love him. Oh my god. Conjuration wizard, paladin elf. He's old, he's charismatic, he's a cougar, ooh. And he wears cool robes that hide his whole head except 2 long white braids that flow to his hips. He's a hermit, sat in his tower for 400 years, sure. Got mail from his friend. It's an orb, he's pondering the orb! His whole backstory is pondering the orb! he doesn't understand, and he spent a century studying it, got tired, and he was going nowhere, left his tower to scourge the land to find people who know of this orb. You literally made the meme into a character, and that's how you fucking do it. That's how you do it. His favorite spell is Unseen Servant. He claims he can see the invisible imp. He calls him Lil Apollyon? Apollyon? Little Apollyon. I'll say that. I'm probably saying that wrong. Curse you, Carl, and your inconvenient gifts. I mean, sure. I love it. That's a great character. I already love him. And if you've given just that backstory to your DM, then that's so much that they can run with, that you have given them a gift. Like, as much as I appreciate characters that like will jump off and give these insane detailed backstories, when you're level 1, that paragraph is probably as much as you need to fill out on your own without questions for the DM to guide what they need to know. So, because if you talk about how you're, in line for the throne and you went through all this cool shit, and then all of a sudden you're level 1, there's a disconnect there. You know, my backstories start with one paragraph. The more it progresses, the more I go back to the DM and tell them about relevant changes. That's the way to do it. That's how you do it. So yeah, I'm going to continue to make my pages here of the cities that I already have figured out. That was the Harlequin Forest, the Diamondback Desert I've got. What else did I have? The town of Farwater, which is not going to get a lot of attention as far as backstories go, because hell, in the last campaign I played, I decided on session 13 that it makes sense for him to actually be a reincarnation of a priest. Yeah, sure. Aberdeen gives Pleasantville vibes to me. Yeah, a little bit. It's also kind of based, if you played Fallout 4, there was a settlement, I forget what it was called, but there was a settlement that was like a walled, like, HOA kind of community that was like kidnapping people and whatever. Want to see an edit I made? I don't have Art of Gerald yet, but I found 2 of them I liked and edited it last night. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know the one. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Show me your wizard that ponders his orb. I love characters, and I may steal him. Just FYI, if you show me stuff, cool shit, homebrew, world building ideas, whatever, I will probably steal it at some point in a future campaign. I do not have a Discord. Uh, Appreciate the thought. I love a good old-fashioned wizard. I don't have a Discord, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll set one up. I have one for, like, just my players, but I mean, maybe sometime soon I'll want to steal my best PC yet as well. Of course, obviously. You can send a link in the chat itself. Yeah. If you have a link. I don't know how else to do it. I'm still learning this. I am pretty new. This is... Yeah, thank you. Sorry if that's a pain in the butt, but I'm learning all this stuff and what's best for the community. So maybe I'll work on a Discord here soon, because I'd like to build more upon the community, and I know not everybody can make the streams. I also upload the VODs over on YouTube, so people that can't catch them can catch them over there. So maybe having a Discord is the way to go as well. Would offer help, but I've been here for 15 minutes. Yeah, so let's learn together. But I appreciate the follow regardless. Right, okay. So, yeah, Aberdeen is a nice kind of place that it's not quite to the point where it's, like, too nice, but, yeah, there's just something there that's not as nice as they seem. you know? So again, these are just the hometowns of the players right now, so they're not going to have a lot of detail at first. It's just your general vibes kind of stuff, and then I'll probably get like pictures and maybe quest ideas if any of them decide that they want to go into their backstories that far and head back home and figure out whatever they need to figure out. um, yeah, so that's our general map right now. Here's the first one. Oh, great, awesome, thank you. It's telling me it's 18 plus. Is this like sexy wizard? I'm gonna put it over on my other screen for a minute just to make sure it's chill and I don't get banned. There's absolutely nothing sexy about it, Imager. Why the fuck are you saying that? Oh, I love his hood. That's really cool. Oh, he's got kind of... I mean, he's kind of hot. I'm not gonna lie. Gotta love old beardy grumpy men. It's kind of a vibe. Conjuration. Pallid elf. I absolutely love the clothing, the many layers. That's very cool. Yeah, old school wizard. Fuck it. Good times. Whatever. I have several of them. I basically my wizard character is basically Hermione Granger, but with more fire. She's just a bitchy, like, too smart for her own good and really bad at people. All I changed were the colors, the hair, and the orb to have Ruthar runes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love the orb, the old school kind of runic magic. I could, as a DM, I would go off with that kind of backstory. There are so many things that could fill in details about the world, and you can tie it into your backstory and that kind of thing. So I'm sure your DM is over the moon about the backstory you've given with that. But yeah, that's a badass picture. Alright, let me... One thing I gotta do, I gotta make this down here. I'm kind of matching the biome here, because if you look at deserts in the real world, you see they're kind of a stripe. They go across because of, I don't know, wind currents and stuff. I don't know weather patterns really, or why the things are shaped the way they are. So I'm trying to kind of match that, even though in the World of Galdor, for those of you that are new to the stream, the World of Galdor is technically not a planet. It's not a sphere. It's a tree. The top of Galdor is what you're looking at right now. The top of Galdor is the top of the tree, and the boughs and the leaves of the tree, quote unquote, are the land. And then the water and everything else goes deeper down. And then, again, let me pull up my reference images that I have made. Oh, work with me, Incarnate. Hang on. So, in my not at all artistic self, I have made this little blob representation of what Galdor looks like. If you zoom way out to a god's perspective, if you will. In that case, wouldn't deserts be like dead section of tree branches and leaves? Yes! That is basically what I'm going for. So, this is the top. This is where Arcadia and all the continents that we know and love are going to be. The Vale is that kind of in-between space, and then the Underbower or the Evershade. I'm probably going to change the name to Evershade. That was somebody's suggestion, and I really liked how that sounded. But this is your Underdark, the part of the tree that doesn't get any sun, and kind of like you have the leaves that kind of... It probably goes down more like that, you know? But again, I'm not an artist, so this required me to actually draw things, and I'm not good at that. But, so, in the Underdark, you have literally, if you've ever seen memes, about Australia being completely upside down and everything's the backwards and stuff like that. And I know that's not how it is. I love Australia. I'd love to go there one day. But that's basically what the Evershade, the Underbower, the Underdark, whatever you want to call it, that's what that is. And so if, from your perspective, Galdor, you have this beautiful sky, you know, you've got your sun and maybe several moons, I haven't decided. Then you have the Vale, which is your kind of, do residents also have Australian accents? No, because I can't do an Australian accent. I've tried. That's a really hard, I could get like 3 words, 4 words in, and then it goes to British, and I don't want it to. Like, I'll sit there, like, I really want, I know, it's so sad. I love doing accents. I know it's lame. I love doing voices for my characters all day. But, like, and, like, it'll go from, like, Australian down to Kiwi, New Zealander, over to British, and come back, and you're British, my British. If you mean posh British, then, darling, oh, hello. That would be my cat Thumbs. He says hello. British, that would be Thumbs. He is my goober mode. Okay, if you want to see him, hang on, come here. Psst, psst. Come here, come here. Oh, she's not gonna listen now. Come here. Come here, Thumbs. Oop, the internet wants to say hi. His name is Thumbs because he has thumbs. I don't know if you can see, but yes. He is my beautiful firstborn. He is a chunk. He is an orange. And he has thumbs. And he is... The first thing I said to him when I found him in a parking lot as he climbed out from under a car was, "Hi, Thumbs." So, yeah, he's my big boy, and you might hear him scream throughout the stream. He is an orange cat, yes. He is orange. That is a very specific type of cat, if you don't know. And the brain cell does not always reach them. But that's my one of my cats. I also have a little black cat that you might see going around. That is Asher. That is my little shadow. He is my baby. Thumbs is his father's baby. Big time. He's daddy's boy. Thumbs also has no teeth. He had to get them pulled a couple years back because apparently orange cats have really bad teeth. We did not know this. The Underdark with Australian accents tries to imagine an Australian mind flayer. Fucking knife. Do a British accent, but open your mouth sideways instead of up and down. That's most of it. Really? Now I gotta think of something to say. Because I have British. I have posh British. That is my tiefling rogue, who I've been running for like 10 years. That sounds exactly like a Asterion. And so I have headcanoned that they're best friends over in Baldur's Gate 3. If you haven't played it, it's brilliant. So yes, lots of darlings and that kind of thing. And then of course you go, "Oi, what you want?" You know, you got the that kind of Cockney kind of clipped, kind of harsher British. And "Oi, mate, you gonna serve the elder brain forever?" Okay, so I have to speak to the side of my mouth. Okay, hang on. I gotta think about this now. This is gonna be embarrassing. This is gonna be on the internet forever. Out the side of your mouth. "Oi, mate, you're gonna serve the elder brain forever." That still sounds British to me. I don't know if the message didn't get through or if chat lost it, but here's my favorite character I'm still playing. I collected so much art for him over the years. Okay, let me see. Nobu! Grave Cleric Shadow Spawn. Healer support. Oh, he's so cute. Shadow Spawn. Is he like a goblinoid kind of character? Is that a race that I'm not remembering right now? He's so cute! Oh no! I love him! Let's take ibuprofen together. Yeah, British! British is great. No, I love him. He's very good. Dude, Hero Forge is the real MVP for those of us that are not artistically inclined. He's great. He's a short shadow boy. I love him. He's very good. But yeah, I can get most accents. Well, I can get most British-ish accents or American, Southern American. I do a lot of Jersey accents. Everybody in Waterdeep in our Dragon Heist game, Waterdeep is basically fantasy Jersey slash New York, all that area. One of my players plays an Irish accent. Oh, I love the Irish accent so much. That one's easier for me, generally speaking. It can kind of go into British every now and again. He keeps yelling at us. His mic is cheap. He loves beer, and we love him. Okay. I love the an Irish merfolk. That's fantastic. That's adorable. Yeah, all the halflings in my world have Irish accents, generally speaking, and maybe that's a bit stereotypical, but I'm going to make them into Tolkien halflings. I don't care, kind of thing. So it can go into like Yorkshire, which is another that's a British that I don't quite have command of, but I could listen to it all day. The way they speak, the Welsh Yorkshire accent is so beautiful and melodic, and it's just so satisfying to listen to me. And I have yet to be able to recreate it properly. I can, again, it's just like you gotta speak like Samwise, basically. You just no more than what, that kind of thing, and you just don't hurt me, that kind of stuff. So I can get quotes, and that quote will lead me into being able to talk like that, but I'll lose it eventually. So it's just like it's hard, I just like voice actors, bless them for the amazing talent that they have to like get command of a voice and all that, because it's hard. It is really hard. um, but yeah, I try to keep in mind that accents are indeed regional, and just because somebody's halfling doesn't automatically mean that they are, that accent immediately. It's just an easy one to go back to and reference if I have like a general NPC I need to come up with. My name is Worcester from Worcestershire. I think that's how you say it. They named Worcestershire sauce. I hate you for making me say this. Sauce. How do you say it? Worcestershire. Worc. I don't use it in cooking just so I don't have to say it. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Nope, I'm not. Listen, okay. You are evil! Ah, God, worse. No, I can't. I'm done. That word has, like, lost all meaning now. Worcester. I don't think it's Worcester. That's, like, bratwurst. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. I hate you. I hate you for making me try to read that out loud. My husband's like telling me, don't forget, you should read things out loud, so if people are like watching or just listening to the stream like a podcast, they know what's going on. And now you come in and you do this. You do this to me. We just met like 10 minutes ago, and you're already causing me to have like a DM breakdown trying to say words. Back to Galdor. Jeez. I'm gonna like vet your messages now, because now you're gonna be like doing like tongue twisters and stuff, and I have to like prep myself. Wait till I tell you I can spell and read and say by heart. Oh yeah, the longest word in the English language. The only reason I know that that's what that is because there's volcano in the middle of it. I learned that in like 5th grade, and I've always held on to it. But I've never been able to say it. I know it's a real condition. Numino ultra microscopic. No, it's volcano. I just remember volcano. It's always weirded me out that volcano was in the middle of it. World building. That's what we're here for, right? Anyway, sorry. Blame Safichu. It's their fault. Right, so, if you imagine your point of view aside from Galdor on the top, from the bottom, so you have, it's this permanent twilight. I'm not gonna say it. I thank you for breaking it down, but somebody else can practice I'm sure you're right. You're a professional stream distractor. Great. Good. This is good for me and my ADHD ass. This is great. Anyway, from the Underdark or the Evershade, I ruin streams. You're not ruining it, but it is going to last a while, and people are going to be like, "I thought we were here building a world, and now we're just building tension for the person running the stream." Um, in the Evershade, the Underbower, whatever. I should just change that actually. Evershade. I forget who came up with that, but it was somebody in chat days ago, like maybe a couple weeks ago. Um, but from your perspective in the Evershade, instead of like the darkness of being underground, as you understand it in yeah, no problem. You don't have to apologize. I'm here for the banter. That's what I have the chat open for. If I just wanted to talk to myself, well, I'd go back to how I planned games before, which was serving nobody, and I would get nothing done. I have gotten more done in this game with this stream and people chatting to me than I ever have with any other game. And that was my goal when I started this. I really wanted to have that banter, that back and forth, that bouncing ideas off of each other, that kind of thing. So I'm glad to have you. I really am. The reason it has volcano in it is because it's a lung disease contracted from the inhalation of very fine silica particles like those created by volcanic eruption. Oh, that's awful. Welcome in, Edwin. we're getting all kinds of trivia today. I'm here for it. Oh, that's cool though. I did not know that. I just always thought it was weird that the volcano was there in the middle of it, but now I know. The more you know. Um, so the Evershade. Next step, learn the full spelling of the Titan protein. 50,000 characters. The Titan protein. Titan. I don't know that one. Please don't put it in chat because it's just gonna block out everybody's everybody's messages. I will look that up later. Anyway, I'm going to finish the sentence. I swear to God. I'm gonna just. So the Evershade, the Underdark of this world, instead of the darkness of being underground in caves and having that. But yeah, I know there's not enough space. Instead of having that bioluminescent lighting or whatever you normally have with your Underdark. Shut up! I am saying a sentence! Stop it, Safi! Stop it, please! Oh god, okay. I'm not looking at chat. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna block chat for a minute. Instead of being underground, I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm not looking. I saw something come up, but I'm not looking. Instead of that darkness of being underground and in caves and then there being no sunlight, it's going to look very different from that. It's going to instead look like if you see video or photos of like being in the North or South Pole, and there are parts of the year that are in like a constant twilight where the sun never quite sets or rises. It kind of just stays at the horizon, and it has that like layering of like really dark to lighter kind of sky all around. That's what the sky looks like in the Underdark, the Evershade, whatever you want to call it. And not only that, but you also have the trunk of the tree. So I have megalophobia, legitimately, so big things freak me out. So thinking about what the Evershade, the Underdark, looks like freaks me the hell out because you would, if you were standing in the Underdark, you would look up towards the center of the planet and see a trunk, but it would be so big you wouldn't recognize it as anything but this insane shape that just kind of dominates the sky in one direction. Maybe blocks it out entirely depending on how close you are to it and, you know, that kind of thing. So maybe if the planets move around it, maybe that twilight kind of moves around as well. Like a hyperbolic space. Yes, exactly. It's just like a sky elevator. And even though it's going down from the gods' perspectives, because if you're looking at this picture here, that's basically from the gods' perspective. Just imagine it actually being a tree and not these blobs that are the best I can do. So that's what they see. And so if a person was insane enough to try and climb the trunk, they would eventually reach the celestial realm. The gods, the garden, Eden. I haven't named the actual celestial realm, but it is a big garden of planets. So so the only way to get to the celestial plane, not the only way, but one of the known ways of getting to the celestial plane is being crazy enough to basically climb what the Greeks would have understood as Mount Olympus, because the gods are up there, because of course they are. But imagine if Mount Olympus was 20,000 times as big, and it was made out of like this petrified wood instead of just rock, which I think if you're that size on the planet, it's probably going to look like rock anyway. But so yeah, so that's the general overlaying idea of what we're looking at physically. I'd rather climb your trunk. Hey, Jacob's ladder, or am I mistaking it with another Bible story? I don't know. My Bible stories, I haven't been to Sunday school in quite some time, so I don't know. Threatening to post a 500,000 character word has given me that thing. I know that is the phobia of long words. Sorry, I've been addicted to the Binding of Isaac. It's so cool, I wish the Bible was real! I don't! Fuck that thing! Fuck that book. No offense, but kind of offense. The Bible's scary. No thank you. We're not gonna go off on a Bible rant right now, because I could, but I won't. We're not gonna do that. We don't need that energy in my chat. No. Talking about fake worlds. Oh wait. Anyway, no, stop. Alright. I'm gonna punish myself. Okay, it's actually getting warm. Hang on. Okay, hat hair. Yeah. We gotta get back to world building. Yes, yes, you are correct. I apologize. Okay. God, the hat hair is real. Alright, we're fine. Fine, who the heck is this trunk, though? Or what the heck is this trunk? So, I don't have a physical manifestation of it yet, as far as the celestial plane goes. I was talking about it a little bit in the beginning, but you probably weren't in yet. So, the cosmology of this world, I am messing with the generally understood world and universe creation myths. It's not necessarily a metaphor, actually. It's, for my junk. Yeah, it's, jeez, the junk in your trunk? Oh my god. This is the most active my chat's ever been, and it's nothing but memes. This is what it's like to be a streamer. I'm so proud. I'm making it, you guys. I've got nothing but memers in chat. So, so, if you were to zoom out, say, you know, if you were looking at the world from a spaceship, it wouldn't be a spaceship, first of all, it's not space out there. But, the actual universe itself is also a tree. I know. Work with me here. Trees all the way down, you know, that kind of thing. Turtles all the way down. So this tree is actually planted on another tree, more or less, or within another tree. And that bigger tree is where the sun and the moon are. I wish trees were real. Don't hurt me like that. I'm looking at a tree right now. You hush. So the sun and the moon, or several moons, I don't know yet. I haven't considered whether or not I'm gonna have more than one. I don't know yet, maybe. But the sun and the moon are like fruits or like lights hanging from this bigger tree that will shift and sway as to Melora's will. Melora, the Wild Mother, is kind of the Zeus figure of the pantheon of this world. That does not mean to say she is the big boss god of all worlds. So if you zoom out even further, that big tree's in one plot in the garden. Two moons, they're divorced gods. I don't need that in my world. I'm gonna have enough god drama in my world. That's an interesting idea though. Like the warlock who has like two patrons, one's a god and one's like a demon, and they're divorced and they fight over him. Hilarious. Um, oh, it's a warlock cleric like cross class. Don't do that. Oh god, that would be so stressful. Anyway, so so yeah, this tree, the cosmic tree of this world, this universe, is on one plot of land more or less, and then Galdor is there, but there's other plots of land that have other plants, or sometimes they're not even plants. Sometimes they could be bare rock. They could be like small mountains. At least from the god's perspective, they look like a small mountain. Or in Gond's case, I was talking about it earlier. Gond has a like a clockwork armillary kind of thing, where it's like there's a center planet, and then it has a bunch of planets around it that kind of mimic the ticking of a clock. So it has this kind of steampunk-esque thing over in this world as well. So, so that's what the general idea is, and each plot of land has its own big boss god. So no god usurps another in the grand scheme of the pantheon. Reminds me, woman strikes deal with devil for her newborn to be his warlock. Births child, sells child to a hag. I've read this. Hag turns him into a hexblood. Child grows up and shows tiefling traits. The hag and devil are fighting for custody, and the woman left a long time ago. Yes, I have read that, and that is a brilliant idea. Imagine a cult in this world who preach against the moon and sun or fruit reality that everybody knows, instead insisting they are orbs in a huge space, one made of rock and one pure fire, and that the world circles the fire orb and the orb itself. Yes, that I might mess with things like that later on down the line. So, so in the general pantheon, if you were to look at, you know, in comparison to your Greek gods or your Norse gods or whatever, there's no one big daddy god. You know, they are all equal at the table. There's no one person like Zeus who like everybody worships and da 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 in every single world. Each world has their own big daddy god. But other gods will come in, like if Melora turns her back to go help somebody else with like their plot of world tree or world plant or whatever it is. Sometimes they'll sneak in some things. Or Melora may even allow them to, depending on, because as much as I love Melora being like a mommy and being nice, but she would have that, morality that nobody can quite understand. Even the god of awkwardly timed and unusually long bowel movements. No, that's on another world that we're not going to be exploring. How about you go create that world? And it sounds awful. Not going to bowel movement world. It's just a toilet. It's just a toilet over in the corner, and Melora hates it, but she can't argue against it. Anyway, God, that's dumb. Right. So sometimes Melora will get curious, and sure, that's why you're not in my game. Sure, it's lame, if you want to go with that. And sometimes that's where all of these other creatures and things will be introduced in. They're seeds. So, your humans, your elves, your dwarves, all of that started as seeds, and they were planted by Melora within the tree, and they grew into people, various races and cultures. And the same happens with monsters. Those usually come from other worlds. The veil there, if you see, in between the two, in the two levels, the veil represents a thinning of the veil. And so, the veil looks like, to me, think of the veil as this liminal space that kind of looks like Hollow Earth from Godzilla vs. Kong, which was a great fucking movie that I absolutely love. I love kaiju movies. So I think of it as like Hollow Earth, where portals routinely, maybe not routinely, but randomly open up to random worlds in between, and planes and things like that. So things will sneak in that way. And then depending on what kind of nature they have, they might go up or they might go down. They might go, you know, your aberrations and your weird stuff might go down into the Evershade, and then going up is your other, like, your fey creatures, perhaps, things like that. I'm so hurt and betrayed. How dare you? I've been here for 30 whole minutes, and that's how I get treated. Shaking my head, my head. Question though, what would traveling through the Veil be like? Well, I'm glad you asked. So, while I was, I don't know why, but I think of the Farlands. Yeah, well, kinda. Okay, so, let me... This music is a little loud for me right now. There we go. It's just this song, I think. Sounds like a Discworld god like Anoya, the minor goddess of things that stick in drawers. Anoya is praised by rattling a door and crying, "How can it close on the damned thing but not open with it? Who bought this? Do we ever use it?" That's amazing. I gotta... Apparently, I am coming up with a bunch of Discworld shit, and I have never read Discworld. And I need to. I am discovering... I have been told many times, my friends even bought me one of the books for Christmas. It's Maurice and the Mice. I don't remember the name of it. The whole name. But I just need to read that series, apparently. What the fuck is a Discworld? It's like a Neopet. No, it's a book series by Terry Pratchett, and it's apparently brilliant. Traveling through the Veil. So, while I was coming up with this and building the world, the game that I'm doing here, I mean, it's one of the foundational series of modern fantasy. Yeah, it's apparently very good. There's a billion books, but apparently you can start at any point in any of the series. I'm told there's several series. Terry Pratchett was brilliant as a person. I know more about him than I know about Discworld, and bless his heart, he was a very, very cool person. I don't read. I just like to pretend I read because I watch and hear a lot of media inspired by the material. Yes, Pratchett is also hilarious. Um, well, I would recommend getting into some fantasy if you're a world builder. It helps me, just gives me ideas. Anyway, um, while I was building this campaign is with my 4 players. The first, I'm a BRB. Okay, stay hydrated. Yes, you too. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I should take a sip of my water, should I not? I haven't for a while. Bye, Safi. Come on back whenever you can. Um, Traveling through the Veil. Again, I'm gonna finish this sentence. When I created this game, the first word and concept coming to mind was cozy. In interest of that, I wanted to avoid a lot of the problematic race tension that can sometimes come into your various D&D campaigns, or just campaigns in general. You know, you've got the racism against the tieflings and the dwarves and the elves and da-da-da-da. I wanted to avoid all of that. So, because of the way I created this world, I wanted to avoid looking at dwarves as the books say. I'm not verbatim, but I'm paraphrasing that they're xenophobic, greedy, unkind to visitors, all that kind of stuff, and vice versa. People look at them as, you know, terrible people because they hoard gold and yada yada. I wanted to avoid all that. With all of the races, but with dwarves, it was something I had to dedicate a lot of thought to because if digging into the world was seen as this kind of unnatural idea, because Galdor is a land and a world of bright green things and sunlight and rain and all of the beautiful things of nature. So the people that dig into it are seen as kind of unnatural. Like, why are you digging into it? Why aren't you enjoying the bounty that Melora gives to us? So I really wanted to avoid people looking at dwarves as these evil people just because of what they do as a culture. So, what I have done with dwarves is I've changed quite a bit. I haven't figured out, you know, the creation story of races yet. I don't know if I ever really will bother. But digging through into the Vale and eventually into the Evershade, instead of looking at dwarves, um, comedic fantasy series taking place on a flat world, the disk of the world is carried on the back of 4 elephants that stand on a giant turtle that flies through space circled by a small sun and moon. This strange configuration means that from time to time one of the elephants needs to lift one of its legs and let the sun go by. Yes. I love Discworld. I love the idea. I'm sure I love it when I read it. So, dwarves. Stop it, Thumbs. He's demanding food even though it's not time to feed him. I apologize. Dwarves are seen not as greedy or xenophobic, and they're not. They are not any of those things. Dwarves instead are seen as basically the fantasy version of cosmonauts, or terranauts, as they are called in this world. They are the crazy motherfuckers that go down into the world to discover the crazy stuff that's either in the Vale or below. Usually the Vale, they're the ones that go in there. So if you think of dwarves going down into the ocean and then eventually into your Pacific Rim style trench that opens up into the Vale, and they go into it with those like giant bell like Victorian diving suit helmets kind of thing. So they're basically, a lot of the dwarf culture is based around adventure and discovery and bring me that horizon. Except the horizon is the Vale, and that horizon doesn't make a lot of sense. So in order to get to the Vale, a lot of people have to go to the dwarves to do so. If you're outside of their general, culture. So, and they're not against it. Dwarves will work with people. They will, assure you that it is dangerous, but it is something that they happily accept as this kind of welcome to the adventurers club. It's very Victorian adventure, haha. That kind of thing. Because I love that sort of vibe, and like it can even get a little steampunk down below. Under the ground or the sea or whatever you want to call it. So that's what dwarves are in this world. No race is looked at as inherently bad, because I don't want that. Individuals might be, absolutely, but there's no preconceived notions of a person based on their race or their gender or their sexuality. I want to avoid when I have a fantasy world. I don't need to deal with real world problems. That is what fantasy is for me. And if this is not how other people do it at their table, that is completely fine. There are legitimate stories to use to explore these things that happen in the real world, and sometimes it helps to deal with something in fantasy to give you the strength and the experience without dealing with it, or while you deal with it in the real world. Those are absolutely legitimate. And I have run and played in games that deal with those things. However, this game, my players, bless them, each of them, they deal with stuff. They're younger than me. I'm going to be the oldest person. they're all in their 20s and below. And I want to give them comfort at my table. I want them to be heroes. I want them to feel like heroes after every single session. And I want to give them that because that's what I want when I play. And it's what I want when I run. Honestly, I love making the characters feel like heroes. And maybe that means my combats are a little boring or too easy, or my storylines are maybe passé, because I do your good old-fashioned good versus evil. In my fantasy world, that shit exists. And a gray area might rear its head every now and again, and we'll explore it within safe boundaries all agreed upon by everybody at the table. But I just like a good, simple, heroic story sometimes. If you want gray areas, go play World of Darkness. I am a huge proponent of World of Darkness. I have been playing in the same campaign in World of Darkness for almost 15 years now, probably. I love exploring that aspect of morality and that the gray areas that exist in the real world, and it's an important part of the gaming atmosphere. Um, and it is absolutely welcome at a World of Darkness table. I don't want it in my D&D campaign. Not this one, certainly. Maybe in this world, maybe as we grow, as the world is more and more detailed, maybe those gray areas will show themselves more. But for now, with mostly pretty damn brand new players, I want them to have fun. I want them to have the escapism of fantasy, as it is for me. I was talking about Neverending Story last stream and how important it was to me, because there is good and there is bad. And the nothing is the nothing. And Gamork is bad, and he wants to help the nothing. And Atreyu and the Childlike Empress are good. And Bastion is good. And going back to stories like that comforts me. And I want other players and GMs. I want GMs out there to know that just because your stories are quote unquote basic, if you want to give it that name. I hate that name because it's fucking stupid. But there's nothing wrong with being basic. But if you just want to tell a story about good versus evil, whether you're running a game, writing a book, doing a play, writing a movie, a show, whatever, any piece of media, those stories are just as important as your morally gray stories to me. They are, and they represent the storytelling aspect of the human condition. And sometimes we just want to hear about a good ending. We want to hear about happily ever afters, and I like making those happen, especially at my table. So yeah, that's Annie's soapbox for today. For now, I'll probably think of something else to rant about, but that's what Galdor is representative to me. That's what cozy means to me in fantasy. So that's what I'm running with. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm actually going to take a quick pause. I'm going to feed my cats way too early because otherwise he's going to start knocking stuff over. And I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to stretch. And I'm also going to raise my desk so I can stand. Because I haven't been standing much today. So I'm gonna do that. I will be right back. You go ahead and stream or stream. I'm streaming. You go ahead and stretch, drink your water, move your sitting position because it's good for you. I will be right back. Alright, we're standing now. How's that? Alright, let's maybe a little higher up. Okay. Alright, we good? We're good. Alrighty, so. Oh, that feels better. Okay, hopefully everybody is hydrated and stretched and adjusted to how they need to be. Okay, so. Let's see. Right. So, so that's our general outline of Galdor and how everything works within there. Now, let's see. So the Viridescent Valley, that's where our players are starting, or going to start their grander adventure. So as far as details go, that is all outlined on my hex grid. I have figured out the base of the hex grid itself, and I will be randomly rolling the contents of each hex grid using the Perilous Wilds. I have sung the praises of this book many times. I found out about it through Me, Myself, and Die over on YouTube. If you don't watch his show, you absolutely should. He plays solo RPG campaigns. He talks about decades of RPG publication history and systems, and talks about his own history within these games. Fantastic, fantastic channel to follow for inspiration and ideas. So yeah, I don't want to figure out too much about the Viridescent Valley. The place that they're going to be starting in is Hollow Hill. All of the players will be converged within this city for one reason or another, and from there they're looking for a job, kind of to fund their next jaunt into whatever it is that they're looking into, and then that job will be the catapults into the session, or the overarching story. So Hollow Hill will not hurt too much to figure out more details about. Just to answer any questions, I'm going to give the character some very slight downtime to, shop if they need to, things like that. So, in interest of that, where's my other reference book? There we go. Got the Game Master's Book of Astonishing Random Tables. This is a wonderful book made by somebody. Hang on. What's the name of the publisher? Ben Egloff. I forget the name of the actual publishing entity that does this. Anyway, this is a great book. The foreword is actually by Robbie Damon, who he's in Crit Role and a couple other things. He's great. I love him. Another great voice actor. Yeah, so looking at my random tables, at some point in here they talk about building cities and stuff. I probably should go through this whole series of chapters, because it goes through building a pantheon, defining magic, building a planet, building a realm, forms of government, population type, yada 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 yada. So all of those are very useful, and maybe if I kind of run out of things to talk about, I will look up to them for ideas. But for now, let me start over here at page 22, because they're talking about your forms of government, which we won't have to worry about right now. Not for Hollow Hill as a whole, anyway. Population type. So we already know that Hollow Hill is going to be like the closest big city to the players. They're going to be trapped outside of going to it for a time. So but it's going to be like a big a big point of reference for them as the story goes on. So it's going to be a large city. Let's see. So now I already know that Hollow Hill as a city. If you hear my cat screaming, I apologize. There's no stopping him. uh, Hollow Hill itself, if you want to think about it, is this gigantic, absolutely gigantic cave. Like a cave big enough to fit a city in. Okay? And it is carved out of a mountain. The legend says it was carved out by a dragon who wanted to store their treasures there. Sorry, I'm late. No problem, Stinks. Welcome, welcome on in. We're just shooting the shit. You lost. You missed just some real distracted streaming. We've got some people in chat right now that are that have all kinds of things to say and banter to provide. So you didn't miss a whole hell of a lot, honestly. But I appreciate you dropping in. We're just talking about. We're gonna start zooming in a little bit more now that we figured out the general idea of the physical makeup of the map and things like that. I don't know if you've been in any other streams that I've been working on, but we have Galdor mapped out, subject to change, of course, if I have any other ideas. But right now, that is what Galdor as a whole looks like. So, to give you an idea. So, we've done that, we've done the map, we've figured out the general biomes. Again, all subject to change, but we're going to zoom in again. And, again, because I want my players to be able to sometimes come into this stream without a huge amount of spoilers, then I want to work on stuff that doesn't directly involve their, at least for now, doesn't directly involve their overarching story. So I am zooming in again from the world building and the physical world map building, and I'm moving my zoom over here instead of worrying about where they're going to be starting the game, or starting the adventure, I should say. So, in interest of that, I'm going to be building out technically where they're starting, where the opening will take place, but they will soon leave that area to find bigger and better things. So, Hollow Hill, like I said, is this gigantic cave with a city built into it. So again, I like to reference, Studio Ghibli with my my imagery in my head. I can't draw it, so I have to explain it as best I can. So if you see a giant cave big enough to fit a city, a large city in it, maybe a small city, but still, so it's 5 to 10,000 residents, give or take. So that sounds about right. So it's still a city, and there are up the sides of this rounded kind of edge plant. There's buildings and rooms and entire houses are carved into the rock. So you see in the edges of this cave are windows shining this like warm light from within. And then of course there's like the city in the main bottom part, but there's also, it kind of goes up in certain parts. And even it might be like in the stalactites, there might be like houses and small areas carved into them, hollowed out. We're not going to worry about the safety of that because magic. Let's just say there are wizards there that are fortifying that rock so it doesn't collapse and unfortunately hurt or kill anybody as they're working on it or living within. So just think about this wide open cave mouth, but you see like these little dots of light of windows throughout the entirety of it, all around the back of it, all around the sides, the bottom, and even the top. That sounds cozy as hell to me. And like maybe there's even like bridges that go between like the stalactites and the edges, and that's where you're like you have like winding kind of paths that carve down into the city itself, all that kind of fun stuff. So that's the image in my head. Of course, it extends a little bit outside of the cave itself, but that's probably a lot of farmland because it's really hard to farm in a cave as far as traditional crops go. So maybe they have like mushroom crops or something over inside of the cave, but it's mostly outside of the mouth of the cave. So you have a lot of farmland extending outside of the cave mouth itself, the city itself. Um, so yeah, so it's a small city, nothing too huge. So looking at Hollow Hill, wrong thing, there we go. Oops. I actually have this described elsewhere. Hang on. Don't read this if you are one of my players. Here we go. Alright. Here we go. Hollow Hill is so named due to it being formed in a gigantic cave carved into a hill. Legends say a dragon dug this hollow out to house his vast hoard hundreds of years ago. Some even say he still sleeps upon his hoard, acting as the very ground the city steps on. The saying "step lightly" is used often here, and thus the city has a reputation of being a peaceful place for peaceful people. So, it's a... The city itself is strangely quiet, considering that it is in a cave mouth. What are we doing? We are currently zooming in and creating the very starting city that the players are going to take their first steps within the world in. And they are going to soon leave it, hopefully in the first session, depending on how distracted we get. But they're going to leave it in the first session to go to where the adventure itself is going to take place. But I want to build it out and have reference for it, just to answer any player questions, or if they decide to go off on a tangent somewhere else, go shopping, something like that. I want details provided within the city that they're going to be in. So, if this hollow was created by a dragon, and if we're thinking of Galdor as a whole being a very sunlight-based, green-based city, I think this is going to be a dwarvish city. It's going to be one of the few dwarvish cities that are above ground, kind of, but it's in a cave, but it's above ground. You see what I'm saying. There's a mountain carved out, so it's above and below ground at the same time. Sure. So it's going to be a primarily dwarvish city. I am mostly doing this because I want to mess around with the dwarves a little bit. Because, and I'm going to toot my own damn horn right now, I love the idea that I have come up with for dwarves. I love the Victorian adventurer idea, I love the Terranaut idea, I love the veil dropping idea, that kind of thing. I love all of that, and I want them introduced as soon as possible. So the characters can experience that part of the world, because it's a part of the world that I am proud of that I came up with. I'm sorry, there's a strange noise in my house. One second. There's a strange noise. I don't know what's going on. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. My cat was clawing at the window, which I don't appreciate. Fixed. Hopefully. So yeah, I love the idea of the dwarves, so I'm going to introduce the players to the dwarves as soon as possible, i.e., session 1. Because I don't have any dwarvish players. So, in interest of that, I did make some plans for this first. I'm imagining lots of elaborate architecture and clockwork with that description. Yeah. Um, the clockwork is definitely a big. Well, it's not. Well, yeah, it's a little steampunk. I don't want to go too far in that direction on the first session. So, I'm going to say if you want, like, there's going to be hints of it and the clockwork and the steampunk kind of vibes in this place, but it's not going to be as strong as if you went underground to an actual dwarvish society. This is just kind of what I assume this city is what was born out of some dwarves deciding to go topside and building a hub of trade and things like that on higher up than other dwarves would normally go. So, um, so I have a bartender idea already, the Jacqueline Morningfall. So, but I am going to change some stuff because I think I made Dear Jacqueline a half elf. Yes, I did. So I'm gonna make her a dwarf. Because this is a dwarvish city, so that should be represented. So, Pinterest, being the savior that it is, for those of us that cannot draw our own ideas, we're gonna go over here. I had a picture chosen for somebody, but we're gonna do something else here. And I love that. I love female dwarves having the beards. I absolutely love that so much, so I'm absolutely gonna do that. I just have to decide which one. This one is really cute. She's cute. I think I might just stick. Let's see. Do I make her younger or older? Is basically my choice right now. This one is really cute. Jacqueline Morningfall. That one's cool too, but she looks like more like an adventurer. I think this one. So I'm going to save that one over there. So that's going to be our reference, our visual reference for Jacqueline Morningfall. So again, I am not a very good person at description. Having pictures that physically represent what I'm talking about helps me. Pinterest sucks for credit. I understand this. It is a problem. I wish they would fix it. Luckily, they take things down if they're reported by the original artist. So, this is not credited in any way. I'm pretty sure Oscar Isaac Asimov didn't draw this. So, I don't know the artist. However, I am not doing this to make any money. I'm using it as a reference in my descriptions for my game. So, it sucks, but it's something that the internet is consistently having a problem with, and we just have to deal with what we've got. And hopefully I can find the artist for this image eventually. So yeah, I've changed that. She's a dwarf. I basically have her set up as this motherly and sweet innkeeper, so the characters have a gentle lead in to some roleplay. My players, I should say, again, are pretty new. I like the braided beard aesthetic for dwarves in general, regardless of the gender. Yes, I appreciate that we as a community have all decided that why not give female dwarves beards, because it was something that people didn't do much. I love especially when they give them chops, like because of dimorphism they don't have a full beard but they have like chops. I love that. It's so cute to me. And honestly, if I could grow chops, I might. um, so to ease the players into some role play. Sometime, a couple of my players I've played at other more combat oriented because they were huge groups of people, like 10, 14 players at once. So the DM, a friend of mine, he primarily does like quick combat kind of games, which I absolutely uh, I love playing in them and they're fun. But when I'm playing a game, that is not what I'm looking for. So I had to kind of not necessarily take sign-ups, but I definitely did a first come first serve for my 4 because that's the most I will ever run for. I did at one point run a game for, I think at max it was like 12 people, 11, 12, something like that. That's too much. I was also trying to tell a story, so I wasn't playing the combat only, let's dungeon delve and find stuff game. I was trying to build a bigger story, but it is so hard. And if you're a GM out there and you're running for more than 5 people, like, bless you, because I can't. I just can't. There's too many things going on. There's too many people wanting their story told, um, and looking for ways to get my attention and to roleplay with me if you're telling a story like that. And that's a beautiful thing to have as a DM, but for every person that you're, you know, talking to and role-playing with, another person, another 9 people are kind of being ignored, at least by you. Hopefully they're good at, like, role-playing with each other, but with new players, that's really hard. So I have limited myself to max 4. I will allow 5 if my husband is the one to step in. I've told him if he ever has a day where he wants to step in and play an NPC that introduces, like, a quest or something, he can absolutely do that. Because he's kind of my co-GM more than he is another player. So he understands how much work I'm putting into. He's helping me build the world in between streams. He's listening to this. He listens to the VODs later on YouTube. So, and he gives me notes of ideas he had, and they've all been great. And so he knows just as much as I do about the world and the characters and everything else. So it's less having another player and more like having another GM at the table if he steps in. So that is the only way I will run for more than 4 people. I'd even do fine with 3 or 2. Because I've been running for one, my husband, for like 7 years now. And this is like my first time going back into a group game. So, so yeah, to ease the characters and the players into roleplay, because they haven't really had opportunity to do that. In our other game, run by my friend, because there are so many people and they don't get that moment where the GM goes, you, what are you doing? Let me talk to you as this NPC and you talk to me as your character. And that is an important aspect of the game for me. And so I need to gently ease them into it, without them going, I am this and I'm here to do, I don't want to pressure them too early. A lot of them are soft-spoken. I love that about them. And I want them to have the comfort of running the game and playing in games, especially when they're heavy roleplay games like mine. There is an understanding, and I'm going to be introducing this to my players. If you're watching now, hi. Don't read too much on the screen, okay? Appreciate it. Don't spoil yourself. First and foremost, being a GM and stepping into that place, with roleplay in general, but as a GM, you have to be willing to look kinda silly and kinda dumb in front of other people. It is a huge part of being a GM for me. You have to be willing to screw up on a voice, screw up on an accent, screw up on information being given. So many things. There's so much on the GM shoulders at any given time. And the players have to worry about a lot too. I'm not saying that they don't. But everything, one player has to worry about their character, pretty much. And they have a lot of details sometimes. A GM has to worry about everything else. And I am here to show, if you are a player and you think maybe your GM messes up too much, or God forbid, and I know sometimes it's necessary and life happens. God forbid you're on your damn phone doing something unrelated to the game while the game is happening. I beg you, players, unless you're looking up a spell or like some other detail, something like that, something having to do with the game, please try really hard to avoid being on your phone. Um, I know it's hard this day and age. I know it doesn't mean quite as much as an offense as it did maybe 10 years ago. Get off your phone. Get off social media, please. It's good for you, first of all. Second of all, this is the work that a GM does, and I'm showing this to you and everyone out there because yes, it is fun. I love world building. I love these creative exercises that I get to do as a GM and a world builder and stuff like that. But this takes time in a real person's life to build for you. They don't get paid, generally speaking. If you get paid as a DM, hell yeah. But generally speaking, they're doing this as a labor of love to you and to themselves. So they're fun, and your attention and that feedback of your attention and their attention and your attention, that feedback loop for me is necessary. Yeah, it stinks. Is necessary for that game to be successful. And crosstalk is fine, especially, God, yes, please crosstalk in character. I love that. If you're so stuck in that character's mind, in that character role or whatever it is, that you're talking to your fellow player, both of you in character, oh my God, and you just have the GM going like this in the back, and you just let them go, having a conversation as a party. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is nirvana for a GM. Okay? That is showing us that you're taking it seriously, you are immersed, and you're having fun. It doesn't always happen, and that's okay. But every now and again, you get that magic moment of just everybody's in their character, and everybody's having a good time, and everybody's immersed, and it is such a beautiful moment. And I haven't had a lot, but I've had it. And it's just one of those things where it's just like, ah, I'm doing it right. For me. Now, there are other GMs out there that, if they're challenging their players in combat, then they're doing it right. That is completely fine. That is completely up to you and how you run your game. Hopefully with your players' understanding and consent, because that is important. That is what your session zeros are for. So please, 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 if you have a particularly deadly campaign that you want to run for however many people, please make them understand that it is an atypical experience that you're offering, and that death is likely, because I'm gonna say it, screw it, death is the most boring ending for a character. If that player decides that yes, they want to kill that character, great, fantastic, good, bye. Plant. We'll work on that together, and we'll end that story how you want it to be ended. Especially if it's a heroic sacrifice or something that continues the story in some beautiful way. Yes, get with your DM and please tell them that you want to do something like that. But if it just happens randomly, because of a combat, and I know, don't at me with this is how the game, that's what, what the challenge is for. Yes, I understand that death can be a consequence of the challenge of the game. There are so much more fun things that you can do with challenging your players narratively than death. Death is the end of a story, for me. Unless you bring them back as a ghost or whatever, you have options. You even do have options there with death. But like a lot of the DMs out there will just be like, cool, your character's dead, roll up another one next week. That's awful. It sucks as a player. I'll say it. I don't care. I don't want my characters to die. I'm gonna say it. I don't. I don't challenge my players in an unfair an uncool way. I will challenge you. I will make you use the very last spell. I will get you down to the very last HP. But I will still not pull that trigger. There's just so much better things to do. Knock them out, kidnap them, change them into a vampire if you're, or a werewolf or something. There's so many great stories that come out of defeat. Just because you don't die doesn't mean you weren't defeated. And a defeat is where that inspiration comes from for so many pieces of media. Like, that's where so many stories, like, really take off, is when you lose. And you have to deal with the consequences of losing. And dying, you don't have to deal with any consequences. You just die. The player does, but not the character. And if the player wants to continue that character's story, I'm going to find something else to do than kill them. Personally, of course. This is not me saying this is a right versus wrong way. This is me saying this is how I play in my understanding of the game and how I have the most fun, both as a player and as a GM. Soapbox down. Okay. I need a soapbox emote. That'll be like my first thing. I have a question in regards to playing. More of a statement followed by a question. Yes, please. Go ahead, Stinks. I would love to hear statements, questions, and anything in between. I'm gonna work on a soapbox emote. I don't know how emotes work, but I'll figure it out. And if it is the end of a campaign, death can be useful as well, but that's beside the point. A lot of the times I have trouble figuring out what my character would do in various situations. I could have their personality and everything written down to the letter, but as soon as I try to use what I wrote, my mind goes blank and my social awkwardness kicks in. Sure, yeah. Even with my massive experience playing RPGs, ultimately I'm afraid of playing, especially among new people. How do I help myself in this regard? Alright, okay. So, you already have, you say a lot of experience, which is fantastic. That's your first step into that. I don't know how much experience you have. I don't know how many different DMs you have. I don't know if you've ever run a game. But I was saying earlier, there is an understanding in RPGs that you kind of have to be willing to make yourself look a little silly. Because, and I'm gonna back up on the soapbox. When you were a kid, 6, 7 years old, and you were out in recess playing, and you were playing pretend, say you were playing, I don't know, Spider-Man, whatever, insert character that you loved to portray. Think back to that feeling and those games that you played. And especially look at the other kids playing with you in that moment. And even if you had that jackass kind of kid that was just like, I have the tool to defeat you, and you play that little one-up game kind of thing. That one-up game, that pretend that you were playing, that was role-playing. We just didn't have dice. We didn't understand having mechanics, so that jackass kid has to roll to make his shit work. So, first of all, you have to understand that the rules are there so you have a good time, and that you're comfortable with role-playing. I don't know if you're recording yourself or anything. I actually plan on recording the audio of these sessions just for myself and my players. I'm not planning on posting it. At least not right now. If that's something we decide on down the line, fantastic. Whatever. But I'm definitely not... Excuse me, hang on. Ooh, I'm talking too much. I'm so excited and passionate. So, first of all, you gotta make peace with looking silly. Again, if you want inspiration in that regard, look at any single actual play. Critical Role is making tens of millions of dollars on Kickstarters because they decided to play pretend on camera and look dumb doing it. There are absolutely epic moments in your Critical Role campaigns, in your Dimension 20 campaigns, any of those actual plays, Evantris, everything, and it's all fun. You're not and started and now some of them have become more business like, and that is a beautiful thing, to earn money doing what you love doing. But you don't start it thinking you're gonna look cool. If you're socially awkward, I understand, but for me, roleplay allows me to step out of that. I am no longer myself. Writing it down is great, but practice is what makes it. It took me a long time to be able to roleplay. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't, it took me, running my own game. Honestly, that's what it took. Like, I had rolled up characters before and I did okay. But running your game when you have to portray hundreds of different NPCs helps you go, okay, how do I portray this? And not every DM acts out their NPCs. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine. If you want to do like, okay, your character says this to me and he says back da 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 da. That is completely fine as well. But for me, being in a group of thespian-based role players, so a bunch of other people that are willing to roleplay, I just need you to, if you have anybody like that in your group or groups or whatever, I need you to watch them. Watch them for a session. Watch the insane shit that comes out of their mouth, the insane actions that they carry out in character. I absolutely do that. I go into the physicality of the character. That helps me too. So if I don't know anything about like any character that that you're playing, but for example, getting into the posture and the body language of that character, that helps me a lot. Like if you're, I have, for example, I have two characters. One is Seraphina and one is Cordelia. They're sisters. They have another sister, but that's beside the point. These are just kind of a opposite energies, but kind of the same idea. They're both creepy. They're both kind of creepy in their way. Seraphina, she's a Dhampir. She's a half vampire that doesn't require any sort of blood necessarily, but it makes her, stronger and things. She's very noble, so whenever I play her, I've got, shoulders back, head high. The voice helps, honestly. If you have a character, find a voice for them. That helps. And then you have Cordelia. Cordelia is her sister. Cordelia is a creepy little witch person that is semi-fungal in nature. She has, all of the sisters were born in one way or another by magic, due to rituals, because their mother didn't want to go through the pain or miracle of childbirth. So she decided to summon her daughters, more or less, out of the differing energies of which she wanted them to create. So aside from that, so start with, how they stand or sit, how they talk. You change it. Cordelia is just a creep, and she's a druid and a spore druid, so she likes mushrooms, and she's kind of, you can look at improv exercises if you're having trouble with banter. I'm better at banter with some characters than others. And that is entirely because I step into the different character, and if that character is not good at banter, I'm not going to be good at banter in that moment, because those parts of my brain aren't firing. But if you go to my rogue cleric, oddly, Zidoni, she has quips off the cuff all the time. I am so clever when I'm playing her. I'm not me. In that moment. I know this sounds insane, and like I have voices in my head. Guess what? I fucking do. If you don't think these characters talk in my head all the fucking time, I'm sorry to say. I don't know if that is a symptom of psychosis, but if it is, hey, I'm happy with it. So, physically, mimicking how you think that character would be. You've got your, barbarians or fighters, they're kind of up there and confident. And a barbarian can even be like a little like slouched and like a Neanderthal, if you want to go with that. So definitely that. Talk to yourself. This is gonna sound weird. Act as if you were that character going through your day to day when you're alone, obviously, or if you're really confident, you can do it outside. um, but if you just go out or go through your day to day pretending to be that character to get into that mind space, especially if like you have a game later or the next day or whatever, plan speeches in that character's voice and in that character's way of speaking. Because one character and another character will say the same thing in completely different ways, and you have to get into that and you have to allow yourself. And there is a part of that it's on you. And that sucks. I know that sounds like a cop out bit of advice, but there is a it's you that has to remove that wall, that social awkward wall. Let me tell you right now, if you're at an RPG table, baby, you are socially awkward in one way or another. I don't care what you look like. I don't give a damn what you've accomplished. We're nerds, first and foremost. So social awkwardness is kind of par for the course for every single person. And I know you might be surrounded by people that seem confident and seem like they have no ability to question what they're doing. Every single one of them is, while they're role playing, especially if it's a high emotion moment. Oh my god, that's just like I absolutely had adrenaline like this through me after high character moments. And I still and with characters I'm uncomfortable with, characters I haven't spent time with, so to speak. You spend time with that character in your head is basically how you say it. Have a conversation. Write. Not like notes. Write as if you're writing a book about that character and they're having a conversation with someone. That helps me too. And I'll just go on and on and on and on and on, and eventually my finger I lose all control and it just comes out and there's no thought. It's just that character that is acting as that voice and is talking to you or whoever in the scene. Write journal entries as that character of what happened in the last session. Today, Sir Tremington was quite rude to me. Whatever that character would say about what happened. And that requires you to take good notes or have good memory of what happened that session. But I imagine if you're big in the TTRPG community, and you've played many games, you have that tendency to talk about what happens in the game in the first person. No matter the character you're playing. You go, saying you're playing a barbarian, you go, and then I raged, and then I took that guy's head off with one swing because I critted, and then you're saying I. You're not saying, Borgug the Great, or whatever your barbarian's name is, did this. Generally speaking, in my experience talking to RPG people, they say I, because you're experiencing that hard enough in your brain that line between yourself and the character blurs, because it's just as much you as it is them. It's just another part of you, for me. And even if it's not a part of you, I've created characters that have nothing to do with me, but in that opposite energy, you just have that strength of standing where you are and just doing the opposite of what you would do in that situation. So find the physicality of the character, find the voice of the character, find the philosophy of the character, what they think about the world and what controls it, and are they an optimist or a pessimist, anything like that. Any details, like you said, you take lots of notes, and that's great. That's a great start, but you have to spend time with the character. You don't have to study the character, you have to spend time with it. And those are two different things. That's what helps me. And most of the time, I don't practice my speeches, and I probably should, especially as a GM. I am starting to do that. I've got some flashbacks for my intros for my characters in this new campaign that I'm running that I plan to provide, and I'm reading them in front of my husband and getting his suggestions as to what I can do better and how I can do better and yada yada yada. So you have to be willing to be silly and play pretend, and you have to go back to that 6-year-old kid at recess that was Spider-Man, because damn it, you are in that moment. You are. Who cares? Like, if even if you screw up a word, I do that all the time, especially with an accent I'm not familiar with. It just kind of goes, and I go, up, hang on, and then cut. You give yourself that actor moment of, oh, I messed that up, line. Let me go back, and you have permission to do that. The GM is there so you have a good time and that you communicate what you want to communicate. And same thing with all the other characters. So watch the other players play their characters. Watch if their posture changes. Watch if their voice changes. Yeah. So the physicality can inform the acting, if you want to call it that, and it kind of is, but it's playing more than it's acting, because acting is kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it is different. And being a good actor can make you a good role player. I'm not saying it can't, and vice versa. But they're still two different forms, I guess, of the same skill. One's a lot more casual. Don't take yourself too seriously. That's a big thing. If you're at a role playing table and you're screaming at plastic bits for not coming up with the right number, you have to understand that what you're doing isn't that serious. It's fun and you love it and you wouldn't trade it for the world, but it's not the end of the world if something goes wrong. So you have to allow yourself that grace of getting it wrong sometimes. If we're coming up with stuff off the cuff, holy shit, do you get it wrong? Even professional improv people get it wrong. It's weird. It gets weird, and that yes and helps you just keep going. Just push through. Push through that awkward moment of when you misspoke or misremembered something. You go, oh right, well this character would have said this. They would have remembered, but I didn't because I'm a human. I am not a 400-year-old elf that can cast fucking fireball. I am a human person sitting at a table rolling dice. And if you're in a group that gives you too much shit, now some shit is expected. You have to deal with some banter. But if they just relentlessly are rude and mean to you, or if they're not working with you and they're saying no too much and they're not pushing you and inspiring you in that character, find another group. Because, and I'm quoting an old podcast, I don't know if they're still going, but Happy Jack's RPG podcast, no D&D is better than bad D&D. And that goes for all RPGs, of course. But don't force yourself into bad games and with players that don't share your outlook on the game. And you can find that out as you play, and sometimes session zeros don't happen, and I understand that. But if sometimes a group doesn't mesh, and that sucks sometimes. And God forbid you have an RPG horror story that you have to deal with and try to separate from the experience of that game. But if you have a bad experience, I'm not going to give specific example, but some GMs can get real creepy. Especially, God forbid, you're a new female player at a table of socially weird men, because that can sometimes go bad. And if you find yourself in that group or a group that just doesn't mesh, sometimes it happens, then find another group. I had this discovery when I tried to run a group, I've been playing with a group in World of Darkness for, like I said, almost 15 years, maybe more. I tried to run for them. They I love them. I've played so many games with them. I've been so many characters with them, and I trust them implicitly, but I am not the GM for them. And we discovered that while playing. I thought because we had known each other for so long and we'd played together for so long that it would be like nothing. It would be perfect, and we'd just slide into this game and everybody would be happy and we'd know what we want. That didn't happen. And that's okay. That game died. Oh well. you know, I didn't put nearly as much work into it as I did here. I tried and I had a panic attack because it wasn't meshing. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, either from my end or their end. It just doesn't happen. It's a very specific type of partnership, and the fact that my storyteller in that group can run for me, but I can't run for him or them, is completely fine. It's an energy thing that sometimes doesn't mix, and that's completely okay. There is nothing wrong with going, this group ain't for me. Doesn't mean they're necessarily bad people, although they might be, and that's why you're leaving, but for me, it's just, they don't want my game, and I'm not going to force the issue. We still play together when we can, so there's nothing wrong with that. There was no fight. There was just like this kind of accepting of, maybe we won't run that today. Maybe we'll watch a movie, and then it just kind of trickled off and died, and that's okay. So if you don't mesh with the party, if you don't mesh with the GM, that can kill your inspiration as well. So be sure you're comfortable. Spend time with that character, like I said, and practice, alone or even with somebody. If you have another player that's in that game that you're particularly close with, have conversations as those characters. Me and my husband do that all the time. All the time. We probably speak as each other, as ourselves, just as much as we speak in character. We definitely make references throughout the day. So yeah, that's the advice I have. I'm sure there are others, but that is my entry level advice for people that aren't trying to win a fucking Oscar. I'm not trying to win an Oscar, but my God, have I had some amazing acting moments, and I will say that myself. I have moments that I wish I could have had on camera. Real tears have spilled from my eyes a lot in this game. Real rage has come out of me. Real screaming, angry rage. I have felt all of the emotions that my characters have felt. And it's a vulnerability, and it's a trust that you have to earn. If you're like one of those people that play like a con game, for instance, like a lot of con games, and you're going to different parties and different tables and not ever really committing to a character over a long time, that kind of hurts the ability to grab onto a character and, like I said, spend time with them. So try to get into a long-standing campaign if you haven't, because that helps. Con games are meant to just kind of be 1 to 4 day experiences where it's mostly combat, or like the DM has a very specific amount of time that they have to fit their story into. So it doesn't always allow you the time to roleplay properly. And that's okay. Again, there is no wrong way, I don't think. There are some wrong ways, but most of those have to do with not consenting, weird situations, that kind of thing. There are no wrong creative ways to play an RPG. It is a game. It is meant to be fun. Don't take yourself so seriously. If you have to cry as your character, fucking do it. Get angry. Yell if you're in a place where that's okay. Like in somebody's house, as long as a baby's not, trying to sleep. I know life is changes the variables of your experience, but I have screamed at my storyteller many times. I've cried at him, and vice versa. He's yelled at me. I've had other players, we've yelled at each other. That's part of the pretend. That's part of adult pretend. You know, and I know that sounds dirty, but it's not. I mean that. Um, it's part of the experience. Letting yourself be vulnerable and feel those emotions that your character may be feeling is part of the game. I think that's what role playing is. You're taking on a role of another person. Um, so yeah, that's the. If I come up with any more advice, I will let you know. But those are the main things that help me. Some of them are a little more useful off the cuff than others. I understand. And again, if you are uncomfortable with roleplay, that is okay. And if this is something you want to do, like it seems like you want to play this person, you want to play this character, and you want to play them well, that's great. But I want to say this to people that maybe aren't as into roleplay, or maybe they never have before, whatever. If you truly, truly are uncomfortable with portraying a character in yourself, that is fine. That is okay. Sometimes, though, you might run into a GM that requires it. I advise you to try, take a step out of that comfort zone, give it a try. If it truly is not for you and your DM is a dick about it, leave that campaign. But if your DM is trying to encourage you gently and try to, like, just try speaking as I versus, character name does. Just try to speak in first person. Again, if you are truly uncomfortable, it's meant to be a game, it's meant to be fun. Inform your group and your DM, and then continue on. And if you have to find another game because of that, that is not a slight on you as a person. That is something that the DM has decided serves their fun and the other players' fun. And please do not forget that your GM, your storyteller, your DM, whatever you call them, the person running the game, they deserve to have fun just like you do, okay? I know that they're the runners of the game and you think they have control over every single aspect, and to a certain extent, yes, that is correct. However, if they are a good DM, they are trying to work that world and work that story to fit you as a player and as a character. You clearly all came to the table because you want to tell you want to tell a story. So, if the way you tell your story, let's call it the tense in which you write your book, doesn't match the tense that the GM wants to write their book in, then you're not meant to write that book together. I'm sorry to say, and that's okay. Take that character that you want to experience that story with and put them in another game. I promise you that is super easy to do 99% of the time, so long as you follow the rules of the character creation that your GM puts forth. And you will find other people that are uncomfortable with it too, and maybe you can all agree to branch out together. Because you have to be willing to talk to other players as adults at a table that are trying to enjoy a game. Bring this... Yes, of course, you're very, very welcome, Stinks. I hope it wasn't too long or too rambly. And I'm sure other people have a better way of saying what I was saying. But, but yeah, that is the general advice. Just spend time with that character. Treat them as your friend, and then suck them in and make them part of your personality. I know that sounds toxic, and maybe it is. I don't know. I don't have a therapist. Alright. Right. Oh, that was a long... I'm glad I'm doing a longer stream today, because that would have taken up the whole damn thing. Okay. Here we go. Hang on. Oops. Alright, that's good. Cool. But yes, you're very welcome. Please try. And if it's truly not for you, and if you're truly uncomfortable and not having fun, don't do it. Easy as that. Right. What was I working on? Hollow Hill. That's what I was working on. Wow, that was like an hour of soapboxing. I need a soapbox. I need a soapbox that actually, like, I can step onto. Um, when I have my little speeches there. Whew. Okay. Um. All right. So Hollow Hill. Uh, we've got the general like vague. I'm gonna say vague steampunk. Uh, vibes. Not too much. I don't want to go over the top with it because I want this to be a fantasy world. If they want to go steampunk, they can go visit the dwarves below, and that we can work with. But I'm introducing this world as a fantasy world first. Um, let's see. Vibes, clockwork, that kind of thing. Alright. So... Alright, so reputation... Yeah, I'm gonna separate these a bit. Let's say, like, dwarves... just talking about the actual founding of the city itself. Dwarves once, dug up into cave and decided to start trading with the surface world, which building a trading hub that eventually became a city. There you go. Pretty simple. The dragon is the legend part, and we can work with that as far as the magic of the area. But for now, dwarves are an industrious and kind of straightforward people, and they discovered, as adventurers are to do, they discovered a beautiful place that would make for a beautiful city, and so they made it that. Simple as that. That's generally how cities come to be. It's just go, look, there's water there. Let's make a city. Now there's a whole ass city there. Look at New York. New York was a hub because it had water, and it was a brilliant place for a pier, or not a pier, jeez, my brain, docks and trading hub, you know, because Europe is right across there, so you can just go. So all locations are all cities are based off of location, you know, like they say. So most cities are built out of pretty boring stories. Usually some dude decided to fuck off and go in a direction and went until he found a place that he liked, and he went right here, and there you go. And that's it. Alright. So. Let's see. So what do we need to know about Hollow Hill? It's gonna be primarily dwarvish, but if it's a trading hub, it's gonna be that melting pot. It's gonna be a little bit of everything. Everybody's gonna be traveling to and fro, that kind of thing. So, when I'm looking at the map and where Hollow Hill is, it is pretty equidistant, whatever, however you say that. It's kind of centered on the Arcadia, like, continent, peninsula. I don't know what this would count as, really. I don't know if this is even physically possible, but we're gonna deal with it. So if Hollow Hill is kind of the center, now Aberdeen is a very small place, so this is not going to be like a trading hub or anything like this that you have to stop over at Hollow Hill to get to. So we need a place down here to kind of offer as the go-between. So, let's see here. Oh, that's too big. Hang on. Ooh, too small. Hang on. A little less. Not that much. Work with me, please. 75. Let's do that. Okay. So let's say next to this mountain, there's another place. Maybe that'll be our capital of Arcadia. I don't know. I'm not going too far with that aspect of it yet. We will get there, I promise you. But I want to focus a little bit more on the stuff that the players will interact with, and they are definitely going to have time to interact with Hollow Hill. So I need to fill it out. Um, so I've already got one um, in there called the Merry Dragon. So there's that. There's other businesses that we'll figure out as we go. Uh, Let me head to the bathroom real quick, and we will continue our world building. So go ahead, drink some water, take some breaths, stretch. I will be right back. See you in a minute. Alright, I am back. Huh. I need to get a snack as well in between stretching. Oh, I forgot my cardigan. That's fine. That's fine. It's not too cold right now. Right. So, what do we need to know about a city before we actually step in to play in the city? Um, I don't need to figure out the city shape. Again, I'm using the Game Master's Book of Astonishing Random Tables, which is a brilliant book. I was even able to find this. It was available at my local library. I've already bought it by the time I saw that they had it. But so don't forget your local library if you're in need of gaming materials, game books. The Dewey Decimal Point for games that I found my gaming books in, D&D and likewise, is 793. 793 in the Dewey Decimal System is your games, and hopefully your library follows my library in the way that they organize things, but sometimes they don't, so don't be afraid to ask your librarian. Please use your library. It's a great place, and it is the last remaining bastion against unfettered absolute capitalism in America. Libraries are so important. Anyway, um, so we know that the predominant construction material will be stone in this area. That makes sense. So a lot of for buildings that are not carved directly out of the rock itself, and there might be some. Actually, you know what? Okay, I'm excited for this. All right. So here's a thing that I've learned not too long ago. My very good friend is a professor of humanities, and they have spoken. They have. I have been in their classes as well as been privy to some of their class information. And something I learned from their class that always fascinated me, and I don't remember the details, but way, 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 way back. But when society was first needing to build cities, like a large collection of people, we didn't know how to do that. When we were going from, hunter-gatherer over to farming and therefore staying in a place, we didn't know what cities looked like. They didn't exist yet. So, in this city, and I wish I could remember the name of it. I might have to look it up later. But in history, the first cities, I believe this was over in the Middle East, they didn't have roads or streets as we would understand them. Houses, and I believe this was in the Middle East, so they actually dug and carved downwards to make their homes. So your front door, the main area in which you would enter into your home, was in the ceiling. This is so cool to me. This is so cool. This is where the nerd comes out, okay? There was just ladders leading down into your home. And then that was your house. There were no doors. There were hatches, maybe. Maybe not even that. And you would get up, and then to get across around the city, you would go over rooftops, as we understand them. And, if you're, I gotta look it up now, because if I can find a picture, like I said, I'm really bad at explaining stuff, visually. Ancient city, no, roads? No, ancient city, how do I say it even? Entered from top of home. Here we go. Ooh, I can't say that. Neolithic. Okay, it was Neolithic. Okay. Here we go. Here. Alright, so this was recently dug out. So, if you see here, and it just goes down. So, bigger buildings just went farther down instead of farther up, like in our society. And I swear there was a picture that showed, an artist's version of what that would look like. Here's one kind of... No, that's not what I'm looking at. No, that's a different one. Ah, damn it. Anyway, but this is very cool that they dug it up and it's got. Oh, that's so cool. Anyway, history is such a great place for inspiration for things like this. I can't. I don't even know how to say that, so I'm not gonna try. But that's where it is. uh, So, no streets or footpaths. The houses were built right up against each other, and the people who lived in them traveled over the town's rooftops and entered their homes through holes in the roofs, climbing down a ladder. Communal ovens were built above the homes, and we can assume group activities were performed in this elevated space as well. So, how fucking cool is that? Just imagine a big city of all of these places that are pretty much the same height, and then they just go down. It's just that is so freaking cool to me. Of course, you have your tagging, your Neolithic gods and goddesses and figurines and stuff, where they always show boobs and other reproductive organs because that's what's important in that society at the time. Um, but in interest of that, I think that's what I might do with dwarvish cities. Um, Now this one's going to be a little bit different because it's going to go all the way up the sides and even down from the top. But from the bottom, as your normal quote-unquote city, oh man, I'm going to get stuck and created in the city and I'm going to get distracted. But it's okay. Instead of it building up and out by mining stone from another place, either within the cave or elsewhere in the mountains, you just dig down into the stone that's already there. And you just enter into... Okay, I think I'm gonna do that. Alright, city built without traditional streets. Now what that means for cart traffic is an interesting question. But considering a lot of buildings or, homes and stuff are built up the side, and things like that, then cart traffic wouldn't be a huge thing anyway. So carts and horses might have to stay outside of the cave itself, um, and then everything within the city is on foot. Yeah, they don't. Okay, so because of the legend of the dragon, they don't like hooves. They don't like, running horses. They don't like loud, stompy things. So, of course they wouldn't allow horses. You might wake the dragon if your house or your horse is too loud. I love that. Okay. Okay. Walk over top of buildings and use ladders to enter exit. Exit. XT. Exit. There we go. Okay. That's cool. Alright, it's cool. So, there you go. And that's how, like, referencing back to one of my own uh, tomes that I go back to, the Lazy DM books, the workbook and handbook are both extremely useful, and the way he sets up his sessions is he always plans ahead of fantastic locations. And you should always plan for your players to visit, I think he says at least 3 fantastic locations a session. So here's ours. I've got Hollow Hill, and then I have the actual Viridescent Valley, and then in between the Viridescent Valley, there's going to be a particularly cool spot that they're gonna visit that I need to build out eventually. But I'm not going to do that today because it's not a spoiler stream. Yeah, so that's very cool. So dwarves dig down into the earth quite literally for their homes. They don't carve it out like, sorry, I just saw a hawk just take down something in my backyard. That was cool. Right. So, so yeah, it makes sense for instead of dwarves hollowing out mountains, because honestly, that's super fucking dangerous. Instead, they find places that are always already hollow, or at least have enough building space for them to dig down into and hollow out smaller portions for houses, instead of like getting rid of the load bearing stone of the mountain itself and causing collapse or what have you. Instead, they just dig down your little pods, kind of like a bee nest, like honeybees. They all have like their little pods that they put the babies in, the little honeycomb, and then they hatch out. So think of a whole city like that, and you just hop down into doors on the top instead of the side. That's cool. Okay. All right. So, interest of that, I'm also going to make the Merry Dragon, the inn, its own page. So within Hollow Hill itself. That's another location. So what's the coolest place to have an inn in a city like this? Would it be either down below in those strange, not streets, to the side where you can overlook and that you're carved out in this kind of rounded space, or over top in a stalactite? Now, stalactite automatically makes me think that that's the coolest space, but it is also the hardest to get to. So I think, like, maybe in Hollow Hill the prison is a stalactite. How cool is that? Like, the biggest stalactite kind of serves as their lockup. And again, thinking of the scope of this, you can make it as big as you want. Like, look at any fantasy, anything, any piece of media, a novel, a movie, a show, whatever. They get crazy with the scope of things. And when you're reading it, most of us, I'm gonna say, most of us aren't going, oh, well, that's impossible. Oh, that doesn't make sense physically. Physics doesn't work like that. Sometimes you might, when it's really egregious and really, like, obvious. But most of the time, you're just going, cool, that's how that works, and moving on, we're in this really cool space, I want to know more about it, that kind of thing. So it ups your curiosity more than it makes you kind of like, actually, because as much as we are nerds, I'm pretty sure most of us enjoy being immersed over being right. But maybe I'm wrong, because I've known some people that would rather be right than be happy. So I think I'm going to make it in the center. A, because it makes it interesting for the characters to get to. B, because you have that, again, please remember that this game is supposed to be cozy and comforting. You have that view, and even if they're not really there, they're seeing it, generally speaking. They're seeing it in their imagination, that view of the city. And there's these kind of, like, there's stars, like, in the walls across, and then the stalactites from the top, and that just looks really, really cool to me. And then if we're talking about this Neolithic city type of building it, then instead of, various buildings and stuff blocking your view of, like, other areas, you see all of it all at once, because it's kind of like a flat plain, or a mostly flat plain. There might be, like, hilly parts that kind of are bigger, and maybe that's where, like, the nobility is. Maybe there's a stalagmite in the middle. Ooh, that's good. There's a stalagmite in the middle, and, like, that's kind of where, like, the nobility and the administration are based, or something like that. We'll figure it out. But looking out from a higher place, if everyone's fires and hearths, if you will, are based on the roof, you basically have kind of a full view, not in a creepy way, but a full view of every single person in the city's living room. So I want that picture to enter your mind as you're in a place 20 stories up, let's say, whatever, and you're looking out a window that's carved out of the very rock of the mountain that you're sitting in. And these kind of like rounded edges, kind of rather than these hard corners. It's kind of rounded and sculpted that way, with hand and chisel. This truly took years, decades, maybe centuries of work to make this city what it is, and it continues on, I'm sure. But if you're looking out into this area, maybe 10 stories up, not 20, because you won't be able to see much. And everybody who has a house is all on their roof, cooking dinner, sitting down, having their family time. You get to see so much of that. And, like, that's kind of weirdly comforting and beautiful and cozy because you see everybody's family lives. Hello, Asher. Asher's here. Kind of on display. And that can range, and I'm sure there's going to be some interesting societal ideas of privacy in this area, because you certainly have access to privacy going down into your own home. But, like, for instance, if you're hosting a friendly card game at your home for the night and your shitty sibling is there and they are belligerent or what have you, and like a fight starts, like what would that look like in this society? Like, it wouldn't be necessarily rude immediately, I don't think, because if your general family life, or at least, what your collective family area, where you make your, maybe they only do it when the weather's nice or what have you, but regardless, the idea of privacy and neighborly help would change the meaning, because in cities and in places that we know as humans, in the way the world has been built up, something's happening in somebody else, especially in a city. I'm pretty country girl myself, but in my understanding is, if you're in an apartment building and there are people, say, to the left of you, and you can hear them arguing through the wall, you kind of either you get annoyed, sure, if it happens every night, I'd be annoyed too, or you kind of just let it go and ignore it, and everybody minds their own business. That's sometimes you got to do that for survival in the city, I'm sure. But in a society like this, it would kind of be more accepted to, like, go and visit your neighbor suddenly. Like, imagine if everybody's cookouts were instead on their roof, basically, and like it was kind of just this shared, like, it's like a block party almost all the time. That's really interesting. And then, of course, if you're, if you're not having a good night, you're whatever. But, like, there would be this. I feel like community would be built so easily if you go up on your roof every night to cook your dinner. Like, you say hi every day, and, like, again, think of how close, like, your house is to your neighbors. If everybody went on their roofs around the same time, you're probably going to talk to your neighbors more. And there's probably not going to be a lot of, there's not going to be fences, because if there's no roads, and you're going over top places to get to other buildings, then you can't have a fence because you're blocking other people's pathways and you have to be really okay with people stomping on your ceiling. So your ceiling is made of stone, so it's probably not as bad as, like, your general thin-walled, thin-floored apartment building. But still, and, like, probably there's, like, social faux pas there of, like, if you step on somebody's, like actual door, like, if you step on that, like, that's super rude and uncool, because if they open up, it's like, running into an open car door. Don't leave your fucking car door open, because a biker is gonna hit it and go flying. Kind of the same thing. Same in a similar vein, leaving your hatch, your top door, your main door open is probably super uncool, because somebody could fall through it. So there's probably some sort of signal or something attached to the door that when you open it, Like, I guess it could be like a clockwork type of thing, something like that. Something that made some sort of noise or a light so they can see it, or maybe every door is painted really bright as opposed to the rest of the building, for instance. That's all very interesting. We'll have to figure that out. Hmm. I would love to visit this place, honestly. This is, again, one of the things about being a DM. You make shit you wish you could go to. Okay, so that's cool. So the city is really coming together already, physically in my mind. Hi, Evan! Welcome in! Thank you! I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope what I'm saying is making sense because, again, it's all just coming out of my brain as I talk. So if any of it makes sense or if I misspeak, I've been listening back to my streams and I misspeak a lot. So, begging your pardon, it's just my mouth is going faster than my brain or vice versa. Like, and it doesn't always join up. Um, so yeah, welcome in. We're working on Hollow Hill right now. I don't know how long you've been so far, but we're just cool, awesome. At least someone's following. I appreciate that. Uh, so yeah, I'm building upon Hollow Hill itself, and I'm building my fantastical locations, and I'm trying to think of how this SJ. Okay, Evandale's the name of the campaign setting. You're SJ. Okay, I will try to remember that, but I probably won't, so I apologize if I refer to you as Evandale. um, so yeah, because of the way societies are working in this world, I really want this. This is a dwarven city. No way you'd ever know that. No worries. Yeah, I just, still, I'm not trying to misname you. So hopefully I remember, but don't feel bad for reminding me if you need to. So, uh, so yeah, we're working on a city basic with no roads as we understand them. Instead, it's if you've read about the Neolithic cities, they just kind of dug down into the earth instead of building up, and you entered into the top of a building through a ladder instead of going through a front door, and there were no roads as we understand them. Instead, you just kind of hopped. It's like a giant apartment building on one floor spread out instead of up. So, if you can think about that. Uh, yeah. I wonder how they decided. I know not much is known about Neolithic societies. Like, because it's interesting. There was no guy you could go to and go, "Hey, build me a house." You were probably the one to do it yourself, or your family is all one to do it. So it's interesting to think about because size of your home wouldn't ultimately mean status because the size of your home would equal how much time you're willing to dig, which is digging is really hard. I don't know if you know this. I don't know the last time anybody out there has dug a hole, but it is backbreaking work. And they were like chiseling and like, getting the edges and everything and like just imagine having to dig your home like in Minecraft, but not as easy. That's fascinating, and if you have a big house, you were probably looked at as kind of an idiot. Like if you had some like more space than you needed, which is just fascinating when you think of society on this end of the spectrum where, if you have a big house, oh, you're rich. Oh, you have a bunch of fucking space you don't need. I mean, if you ask me, that's kind of still makes you silly, but it's interesting to think about how society could have gone if we would have kept our cities like that. Obviously, I don't think that would work nowadays, for a variety of reasons. Um, but it's interesting to think about. Uh, so yeah, for people on the bottom level, there's probably going to be a little bit of that societal caste system. Maybe not caste system, but something delineates you if you live in the bottom, the center, or the top. I'm thinking the top is gonna be where your admin of the city is gonna be, which, but also like stalactites. Stalactites are gonna and stalagmites are gonna be your um, uh, beacons of civilization, I guess, if you want to think about it that way. They're gonna be so you can know where you are at all times by looking at where you are in relation to the stalactites and the stalagmites. Maybe they're carved in different. Oh, that sounds cool. Just imagine. Okay. Oh my God, my brain. Okay. I'm just imagining. Okay, you have a cave, like a huge, just building sized cave, and the stalactites and the stalagmites are carved, not smooth, but in this kind of decorated, kind of the way we decorate, skyscrapers and stuff. So like I see them as like curling or like these if they're clockwork, they like have like if you imagine a stalactite hanging down and you have this beautiful like clockwork thing in the very center of the town so everybody knows what time it is. Because if you're living in a cave, you can't always see the sun. You don't know what time it is. So, of course, this society would need to invent clocks. Of course, dwarves would need to invent clocks. And gnomes. I might have to... Because gnomes are the tinkerers, generally, with D&D. Oh, goodness gracious. So what do we do with gnomes? Do I make them both, like, ground dwellers? Because I know we have deep gnomes, which are, but gnomes are gnome gnomes. I don't want to say regular gnomes, but topside gnomes would be. Hang on, I don't know when's the last time I read the like breakdown of gnomes for D&D. So there's forest and rock gnomes. Okay, so okay, so all right, that's it's the forest gnomes that are they are not necessarily tinkerers. Okay, that answers my question. Okay, cool. I've never played a gnome. I should play a gnome sometime. Next time I have a chance, I might have to create one. Right. So, all right. So rock gnomes and dwarves are probably very close as societies. So hang on. Let's go over here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. You. And then you. Where is my races? There we go. Okay, so we have gnomes, normal. Alright, so, rock gnomes. Oh my god, I can't type today. Work closely alongside their their fellow ground dwelling dwarves as masters of tinkering. Okay, and then forest gnomes, I would say, would work closely among probably wood elves. Closely with wood elves in the natural forests of the world. Okay, great. So yeah, so a lot of dwarves and a lot of gnomes of this area. So we have the clockwork kind of bit with the dugout stone decor of maybe not your traditional. That I have to decide the aesthetics of these of the dwarves themselves because as much as I love your good old-fashioned Tolkien-esque, the carvings of the very square carvings of like the bearded men with their square helmets and da da da. I'm thinking that needs to change a little bit because of the way dwarves are in my world. So if we take it instead, and here we go, dwarves instead of that kind of brutalist kind of idea of architecture and decor. Let's take it over to Hey, hey, hey. Sorry, my cat is clawing the window again. Take it over to Art Nouveau, let's say. Like, think of Rapture from from Bioshock. So if they go down into the ocean a lot and then down into the Vale after that, then a lot of their stuff would kind of look like Rapture. Maybe not necessarily. I don't think they're quite advanced enough to have those underground cities. Maybe there's, whatever that guy's name. Ooh, what was the guy's name that built Rapture in Bioshock? Ryan or something? No, I can't think of it. Anyway, but for that, you know what I mean. There's probably some dwarvish guy that's a lot like him, or girl, or they, any of those. A dwarvish person, sorry, dwarvish person. That's hard. Um, like that. That's probably working on that idea, but I don't think they're quite advanced enough to do so. So I think a lot of their decor, a lot of their style would be that more rounded, um, organic kind of shape, and not organic like the elves and trees and things like that, because that I'm largely keeping as it is. That kind of makes sense for this world. Elves, wood elves especially, high elves, Skyrim. Probably all elves are kind of the same. We're not gonna do too much about the differing types until a player wants to. Ryan, Andrew, it was Ryan. Okay, thank you. I was right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was gonna drive me crazy. I'm glad you brought it up. But yeah. So yeah, that I'm thinking of that stylized, organic style being the dwarves. So if we're looking at art, how do you spell it? Art Nouveau. There we go. Ah, nope, hit the wrong thing. Sorry. Come on, you know what I need. Yeah, it's French. Art Nouveau. So building. So for our reference again. Okay. Well, this is pretty good. That kind of looks more aquatic than it does, forest-based. Oh, that's cool. Oops. Go back. Maybe not Art Nouveau. Maybe that's not what I'm going for. Hang on. Rapture. Bioshock. Was it Art Nouveau? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong style, the wrong aesthetic. No, I guess it was. Yeah. Like that kind of stuff. Obviously not that futuristic looking. But here, this is an excellent showcase of what the general vibe of what maybe a dwarvish building would look like. Maybe it's Art Deco. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, you're probably right, SJ. Art Deco? I get those confused. Art Deco. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, you're right. Thank you. So yeah, I think Rapture's a little bit more Art Deco. Yeah, definitely. And Diesel Punk. We're slowly like twisting it slowly into Diesel Punk, I suppose. But yeah, something like this is very what I can see as being very dwarvish in style. Now again, I don't know if they're going to be metalworking as hard in this city specifically. This city is going to be based around stone and what you can do with stone. Now, you can do a hell of a lot with stone if you're a skilled carver. Like, I don't know if you ever looked at old, like, ancient carvings that people have done out of freaking gemstones, and the detail that they could get with just, like, a chisel. Like, these are ancient people. They didn't have lathes or anything to do this with. So it's literally them sitting there carving it with something like the size of a pencil. And, it's this big as well. So it's like all of this detail in this very small piece of gemstone or rock or whatever. So anybody willing to spend that time carving something out and making it beautiful like this could do it. It could absolutely be done, and it might even be easier at a larger scale. I don't know. But something like this is definitely what I'm thinking. It really is a beautiful game. BioShock is very cool. Infinite is good too. But yeah, so I'm thinking, because we have that kind of bubble texture already in my head, for the hollow hill, that is the cave. So if everything kind of follows that rounded texture from all angles, and like bubbles are kind of carved out of the sides, and then the decoration is your world, anything could happen. Yes, I know. But also, I've been on a history kick this stream, so I enjoy heading back into it and you know having things that can actually happen. So the gnomes I feel are going to be the more of the metal workers. Like dwarves will dig them up, to be sure, and trade them. But I feel like gnomes are the ones to really get into the metalworking aspect of it and do your tinkering and stuff like that. Rock gnomes specifically, of course. So I guess the gnomes and the dwarves are kind of seen as a symbiotic kind of relationship between races. Um, I guess dwarves would do the larger building type stuff, and then gnomes would do the smaller detail work. That's cool. Yeah, cool. Um, the lathe dates back to ancient Egypt. They could have that. A spring pull lathe is a good example. No kidding? I did not know that. Spring lathe. Oh, yeah, the foot-powered one. That makes sense. Oh, and then you attach it to a tree. Well, shit. So they could have lathes, so even better. Wow, I didn't even know lathes were that far back. That's very cool. Yeah, and then you just... Huh. That's very cool. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Huh. Um... This is why you need to bring in more cultures than just your typical medieval, Europe fantasy. Ancient Egypt had lathes, so take that. Use a sapling, spring, metal, anything. That is very cool. Um, yeah, absolutely. There you go. Um, that's really cool. Uh, so yeah, even more reason for the Art Deco, not Art Nouveau, Art Deco, um, to kind of reign into, because it still has that straightness that a lot of dwarvish kind of fantasy uh, images and styles have. So it still has that, but there's just a little bit more to it. There's a little bit more detail because they, in Tolkien's kind of in the movies, they tend to be a little bit more brutalist, a little bit wider lines, a little bit less fine detail. But this makes absolute sense for like awesome dwarvish like nobility to have. So yeah, Art Deco would work pretty darn well, I would say, for the dwarvish societies. Well, look at this. That's pretty. Wow. Anyway, sorry, I was looking at interior design. So, oh, hang on, let me go. All right, so we've got the gnomes and the dwarves, so they work together. Here we go, going down to Hollow Hill. All right. So, cities, decor is art deco in nature, straight lines, fine detail. Detail. There we go. All right. So again, that makes that moment where the players all meet in the tavern, because I'm basic like that. Uh, they they can look out that window and see that kind of like bright filigree of using of carving that fine detail into stone and seeing light kind of shine out of it. So imagine if, like, not for the middle part there's not necessarily skyscrapers, but for the rest of the walls of the surrounding cave, it all has that art deco kind of carving into it. So it adds that little minute detail to the, like, the reflections of the windows or the openings or the doors and stuff like that. So that really, and then you have the stalactites and the stalagmites that even more have that skyscraper kind of vibe to it, and they're carved beautifully, and they add more to this kind of ambiance. So, so yeah, that is super cool. Mm. Oh God! All right, that is very cool. I'm excited for the city. It's a shame that the players are gonna leave it in like the first session, but we can always come back. That's probably gonna be like a level 10 kind of thing where they finally find a way out of the area. So cool. Thank you, SJ. This is what comes out of your brain when you dedicate your time to world building. Uh, okay. So, I think that I think that's the detail that I want to figure out with Hollow Hill right now. If they need, although I should figure out a um, sorry, no, you go away. This is what I need. Hollow Hill. So I need a shop that they can go to, a general store that's nearby. Um, so I've got to find a name. Always the bane of the DM's existence. Finding a name for a shop that fits the vibe of what you're building. And then I've got to NPC it up with whomever is the runner of said store. And then I have to make the store interesting or unique somehow. So let's start with the name. Alright. Shop name generator. The DM's best friend, name generators. Oh, fantasy. Not a real one, please. Here we go. Fantasy name generators.com. It's the best. Okay. The huge missile's a bit on the nose there. That's interesting. Cuddly Pixie Garden Center. What? That's very... okay. I like clothes minded. That's really funny, but that's not what we're going for. We need a general store vibe that fits this Art Deco kind of dwarvish. So something having to do with caves or underground or mining or exploration. Probably the adventure line. Like, if dwarves are the adventurers and the terranauts of this society, then it's probably going to be something Ho ho! So the NPC, I'm thinking, is a very pith helmet wearing kind of adventurer, Victorian adventurer type. So we're gonna go with that. We'll build them in a minute. I'll figure out what they look like. But we've got Tikkun is cute. Lord of the Fries. Let's see. Colorful. The acclaimed wall potions. What? The waving drape drugstore. What the hell? Greedy day. Dry oven. The empty boss and the jaded. The eager pepper. Let's see. The beautiful grocer, outfitter. Outfitter. So, okay. So an outfitter, I know we might be thinking of like a clothing store, but an outfitter is meant to if it's meant to outfit you for an adventure, then that would make sense. So we'll take the outfitter part. Let's see. Outfitter, the admiring outfitter. The smart art. I mean, the smart outfitter, kind of on the nose. What's like a Victorian, the dandy outfitter, or the posh outfitter? No, that's for rich people. Don't want that. I want something that's kind of anything for, you know, anybody crazy enough to go on an adventure to the Vale, but you can just as well be outfitted for a adventure out in the material plane as well. The Wicked Outfitter. No, I don't like those. Nincome Soup. Oh, Jesus. The Melting. No, the Precious Swimming. The Juicy Outfitter. That sounds like those pants that we wore in the early 2000s. I say we like I ever wore them. I did not. Nobody wants that. The Golden Outfitter. Not bad. The Blind Outfitter just sounds funny. Dapper, the Dapper Outfitter, but that definitely sounds like clothing. I don't want Compass Outfitters. Compass Outfitters. Okay, that's interesting. The New Compass Outfitters. New Compass. New Compass. New... What's the other tool for a sextant? And the New Compass Outfitters. I kind of like that. I think I'm gonna go with that. New Compass Outfitters. Sure, okay, I like that. General store for the Adventure Inclined. Adventure Inclined, sure. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Let's see. So they offer everything that anybody needs if they're going on a trip. So you got your rations, potions even, your climbing gear, your diving gear, clothing, armor, weapons, that kind of thing. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, I like that. So, now we have to make the owner of... Excuse me. Oh, goodness. Where'd that come from? Oh. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Where's my dwarves? Dwarf names. So, sometimes I will start with a name, sometimes I start with a picture, sometimes I start with a voice. So far, we have a haha kind of, you know, go out and discover things kind of, you know, Herbert Daring Dashwood, if you played Fallout. That kind of thing. So I like the, you know, welcome to the Zeppelin races kind of vibe. So, Brookham, Stodmer, what sounds, I need something, should I make it a guy or a girl? I mean, I'm always leaning towards making it female because of fantasy tropes generally making males the adventuring type. So, let's see, dwarf, adventure. Let's see if anybody has my idea. If somebody has... Oh, see, now this little nerd, here is very good and kind of the vibe. I know it says dwarf necromancer, don't worry about that. I like him too much. I think I'm gonna go with him. I like him. He's cute. Okay. Alright, so that's our face. So now we gotta get a name to match the face. Let's see. Dasted. Nadrake. Nadrake? Nadrek. Nadrek. Nelgum. Ugh. Yomo. Ooh, some of the... I mean, I love this site so much, but sometimes these names get so, like, complicated that it's just like, I don't want to worry about pronouncing that over and over again. So either you gotta find one that may seem complicated but can easily be made into a nickname, or you gotta find something completely different. Thrangrek. Names can be real hard. Yes, yes they can. They're definitely the thing that I sit here and kind of agonize over the most, definitely. Mavor, Fulgum, Vokrolier, Jackin? Like a jackanape? That's... Jackin. Jackin. I like Jackin. Okay, alright, so... Owned by Jackin? I don't know if that's how that spelled it, but I'm gonna go with that so I know how it's pronounced. Jackayan? Jackin. I'm just gonna go Jackin. Now, are their names informed by their language, culture, or occupation? They're informed by what sounds best to me. I don't think they're gonna necessarily be their occupation. I feel like it would be cultural, and it would be like, kind of like a customary to, like, maybe name your child after the adventurer in your lineage that that accomplished the greatest thing or discovered the greatest thing, perhaps, or at least take their name inspiration from. So if this guy's like great grandfather was Jacoby, I guess, and like maybe there's already been like a Jacoby Jr. or whatever, or maybe there's already too much in the family, then his parents can go, okay, let's just be inspired by that, and it's Jackin. So it's close, but it's not exactly. I don't want to do the, you know, the bottle digger, you know, the I need some, like Dashwood, you know, you think of, like, their last name should sound heroic, but it could also be informed by something, like if you were the creator or discoverer of something really fascinating in the back, in the history of your family, then how would you add to a name, or would it completely overwrite the rest of your name? And like, maybe family trees are really like confusing for dwarves, because like name changes are common, because if you have a new I guess, let me see, because that's kind of what these sound like. I love those old-fashioned fantasy names that are just like two words together. I really do. I don't know, it's just something so fun about it, and it's fun to either match an NPC to the energy of the last name, like to the T. Like if you find the last name that's like, yeah, that's what that guy's named, like 100%. Or if you go if you go the complete opposite and you name them something that doesn't match them at all. Both of those are awesome. Both of those are great bits. I don't want to go too big, because there's like there's probably like a so satisfying. Yes, exactly. I love like having this scrawny little little like elf boy, like like this little dude that just wants to run an inn, and his last name is like Orc Crusher. It's just like, um, just call me Dave, please. That's not me. That's my great great grandfather or whatever. It's so funny. Uh, so now I'm gonna guess that the dwarves have like noble ancient like family lines that go down forever that are called like Veil Breaker. Like that's probably a huge name. Like that's like the dwarves that found the veil or like were the first to like start going in. So like Veil Breaker and Veil, like anything with Veil in the name, those are gonna be. Who's that great evil guy over there? Who is it? Chad. Chad the Destroyer. That just sounds like a frat boy playing D&D, which I'm sure that's absolutely happened. I guarantee I would put money on there being a D&D character out there right now called Chad the Destroyer. 1,000%. uh, um, so I'd say anything with Veil in the name is going to be nobility. Like that's kind of like, so it's going to be based off of your family's discoveries. Now that could be either breaking through the veil and finding something on the other side, or inventing something or discovering knowledge. Because that's the other thing that I've decided about dwarves is that since they're the only ones generally, not the only ones, but like generally they're the ones that people go to go into the veil and find stuff. They also have a lot of libraries of like eldritch knowledge because they have reached that in between, that liminal space between the worlds, and so they have first access to far realm kind of weird eldritch knowledge that other people aren't going to be privy to without traveling down there, and a lot of people are not going to want to do that. So the dwarves have these grand libraries of eldritch knowledge. So if your family way back found some sort of eldritch knowledge, maybe you have this really dark like name like I'm not going to come up with something off the cuff right now, but you know, it's something that points to the fact that your family found the fucking Necronomicon, basically, if you want to think of it like that. Like, and that's probably a noble house as well. Whoever discovers the greatest things kind of become nobles in their own right. Not necessarily because of money, but because they're great adventurers, travelers, and discoverers of various things. So all the families also probably have this kind of dichotomous thing where there's half of them that are the crazy motherfuckers that actually go down into the veil, and the other half that stay home but they study all the stuff that comes from the veil. So both of them are, I would say, equally dangerous. So there's probably a lot of stories. Hi, it's just Andrew. Welcome on in. Appreciate you dropping by. Feel free to let us know what worlds you're building, or campaigns you're running, or characters you're building or playing right now. We're all here to hear everybody's creative ideas and what they got going on. Right now I'm doing some world building figuring out for a Dungeons and Dragons campaign within the world of Galdor. And currently I'm working on an NPC. Just plain old writing. Then I am honored and happy to be... Yeah, I guarantee you your world is not boring. Or at least if it is now, it will not be as you continue to write. A whole new world, to me, can't really be boring because it's a whole new world. But right now I'm building an NPC to run a little... It's literally the same one we're in, okay? You would call this world boring? Because I certainly wouldn't. It's sometimes too exciting. Well, you're building a story within the world, so that's still building. Right, so I'm creating an NPC that is running an adventuring, outfitting store for the characters to eventually visit to buy some stuff from. So, right now we're trying to name him, which is the bane of writers everywhere. We have a whole apocalypse happening, but like details, am I right? Yeah, you know, you do the umbrella, you do the wide strokes for now. You worry about the finer details later. The point is getting words down. That's the point. Um. Okay, so if our NPC is this handsome fellow, and I'm not gonna take the dwarvish I try write book. I try write many books myself. I'm not good at write book either. I am not good at words, but I write a lot anyway. I'm not going to attach the importance to the beards that a lot of fantasy dwarves have included in them. So I'm not necessarily looking at this guy's beard and saying he's been dishonored because of some stupid reason. Because if we think about it, if I've made dwarves these astronaut these terranauts that go down to places in bubble helmets, having a huge beard would be really shitty. So probably this denotes the fact that maybe his family are jumpers or whatever you call them. Veil breakers. I think maybe I figured out. Maybe I figured out a name for them in the past, but I can't remember. Basically, day goal 1K. I have 350, 1,000, so I got lots of work to do. Hey, just getting the words out, even if they're not in complete sentences, just vibes. That's my problem. Is like I'll have a vibe that I want to write about, and nothing will come. And like it's just like I want this vibe. I want to get this out on the paper. I want to feel this way through my writing. But I can't, the words don't work. It's very frustrating because your brain is just like cock blocking you, man. Well, you're welcome in to tell us about your story, to tell us about whatever you want to tell us about, or just sit there and listen and lurk, because this helps. Yes, please introduce yourself. I would greatly appreciate it. So this little nerd, he's probably going to be like the other half of a jumper team. So maybe like his sibling. So let's say his sister is a jumper, and he's the eldritch studier guy that kind of stays topside and sells stuff, but also studies the stuff that his sister comes back. So now I am weirdly tempted to make his sister named Jillian. So I have Jackin and Jillian, but I won't. I just, that just was the first name to come to my mind when I was like, oh, he has a sister. What's her name? Jillian. So let's not do that. I'll think of a name for her later. She's not important at this very moment. So if... God, okay. So we'll go to the ever-loved word hippo. So let's say on the other side of the coin, instead of this family being the veil jumper type of family that is known for that, let's say they're more known for the eldritch knowledge and the eldritch study. So if we look over and word hippo, best thesaurus site that I can use. So eldritch, not really perniciously. Minotaurally. Hostile or threatening. Minotaurally. That's a cool name. Or a cool word. I got names on the mind. Phantasmally. So phantasm. Phantasm sounds cool. So phantom bender. Phantom mantle. Phantom mantle. That sounds funny. Oh no, that's a really phantom mantle. Mantle phantom. Phantasma mantle. No, that sounds like a show. Let's do something else. It does funny. It does sound funny though. Andrew, rookie writer, currently working on my first novel. Blank. Do not have a name. That's alright. You don't name it until the story's done, in my experience. Is an apocalypse dystopian light RPG about Ian, a senior in high school that is met with imminent disaster, changing his whole world in seconds. His goal is to survive with his found family and eventually find, or build, excuse me, a whole kingdom in book 2 of 2. Very cool. That sounds great. I love dystopian fiction of all types. Yeah, all that's important right now is that you get the words down, man. Don't worry about the details, even if it sucks. Get it down. That's the important part. I love literature. Yeah, RPGs. Yeah, I do too. I can never make them last longer than a couple sessions, but I do love them. One of these days I will sit down. I've been considering maybe doing some solo role-playing on this stream eventually. Just kind of like in that me, myself, and die kind of let's talk it out kind of way. Maybe that'll help me keep it going a little longer. Okay. So, Phantasm. I want the Phantasm kind of vibe in the name. So Phantom something or Phantasmagoria. What's something spiritually spooky? Do you think I'm spooky? Demonically. Also, it doesn't suck. I just gave up on nitpicking every single damn detail. I have reached the fuck it point in my journey, so I just write and enjoy my story. That's the way to do it, man. You're not, you know, if you eventually publish it, that's great, but that's what editors are for. You're the writer. Just write. That's your only job right now, is to write. Phantom. Danny Phantom. Oh my god, I can't. Phantasmagorically. That's such a cool word. Pertaining a dreamlike blurring of real. Oh. Should I call the veil like the Phantasmagoria instead, or Phanta something? Oh no! See, this is the problem with world building. You just kind of go. Let's not. Okay, I'm trying to name a person right now. Okay. And I love doing it. Hell yeah! I'm trying to make it a side gig because my main job is probably going to be beekeeping. Well, that's wonderful. Thank you for saving the bees. That's great. I've always wanted to keep bees. I just haven't been able to like put the money into getting a hive started and stuff, but I would love that. Crag Phantom. That's kind of cool. Cave Phantom. Cave Phantom could kind of like take like two. Okay, so okay, so with Dwarvish Society, if you have two families that like marry into each other, maybe they take the two most historically relevant discoveries that each of their families have claimed, and they put them together. That would be cool. I'm inheriting my granddad's bees, making the 30-plus year legacy go on. Aw, yay! That's fantastic. That's like, that's cozy as hell. Yes. I only have 3 hives. I plan on making 30 plus and trying to live off of them. I mean, I pay good money for local honey, so I don't know how much money goes into it, but I mean, I could see you doing alright. I don't know. But hell yeah. I absolutely love honey and love bees and all that stuff, and I love seeing people like save the bees and like take them and make hives for their own. Ugh, I love that. Anyway, yep. So Phantom Cave, Cave Phantom. That sounds like a superhero. Cavern Phantom. I also have writing. Also, I'm still in high school, so plenty of time to get started. Yeah, there you go. This is the time. This is the time to find your passion and try new things and keep it going, because, you know, you can kind of you have that time and you have that ability. So yes, that's awesome. Mining. Not minister. Miner. Miners, not miners. Coal miner prospector. I'm probably ditching college, so I have lots of time. Well, there you go. Archaeologist, sapper, gravedigger, gold digger, panner, mine worker. Fortune, phantom fortune. Phantom fortune? That's kind of cool. Phantom fortune. Phantom fortune. Phantom fortune. That sounds cool. Hang on. Let me just double check here and ooh. Fortune. There we go. I'm gonna see if I can find phantom treasure, of course. Phantom wealth. Nah. Boodle. Boodle. Kismet. No, I think I'm gonna go with Phantom Fortune. I like the way that sounds. That sounds super, super cool. Okay. So I have the name for the people that go into the Veil. The Veil jumpers, the Veil breakers, something like that. What do we call the people that study the Eldritch or study the Veil, like, findings? You're super, super cool, by the way. Oh, bless you. Don't worry about it. Thank you. I've never been called cool in my life, but bless you. um, uh, especially not by a teenager. Wow. You just took, like, you just made me, like, 5 years younger. Appreciate that. Okay. So, Phantom Fortune. I need a name. You're joking you have my dream room right now. Hey, man! This is just my little witchy office with my various bits and bobs around. Usually the camera's a little lower, but right now I'm in my standing desk. Usually you would have the chair behind me and everything. But yeah, this is my little office. In my sunroom. My husband's painting desk is just over there, and this is where we sit to do our general hobby type stuff. So I do my world building, he does his painting, that kind of stuff. So yeah, or gaming. I do gaming here too. I'm not good at gaming, but I do it anyway. Okay. So, I mean, you know, you could do like scholars. Scholar. Pupil, learner, schoolboy, schoolgirl, graduate, undergrad. You look like that one perfect good character in a witch show that everyone loves. I'm not gonna cry. That's the sweet... I'm okay. I actually have tears in my eyes. That's all I want to be, man. That is... Wait, I'll make it better. 2 seconds. Witchy hat. Unfortunately, I can't wear it with my headset, but I do have a witchy hat. So I made it better. No, don't say you're sorry. No, I was crying from happiness, I assure you. That's very sweet. Thank you, Andrew. I hope I can call you that. If not, tell me. That's very sweet. I definitely want to be that witchy character that everybody loves in my life. That's absolutely what I want to be. Okay. Oh my god, you just rocked me and I love it. Okay. We cry together, so call me Andy. Okay, Andy. Okay. Polymath. Polymath is or savant. A savant. What's like an eldritch philosopher, like learned person, bookish person. Yeah, okay. Savant. A SWAT. A SWAT? SWAT. To study intensively. A SWAT. That's a cool word. Where did that word come from? Hang on. That sounds Victorian. SWAT definition. Same as SWAT, one who swats work. Well, that's not helpful. I wanted, like, the entomology. Is it entomology or etymology? Which one's... entom... Is it etymology? Yeah, it's etymology. Okay. Here we go. From a dialectal English word. Middle English, Old English, SWAT. More at sweat. To study in effort, with effort or determination. You should swat up on your French before traveling to Paris. Wow. Do they still use that in the UK? I wonder. SWAT. A boffin, nerd, or smart aleck. One who swats. Maybe I'll just call them SWATs. It's kinda lame, but it's also funny. Specialist. ACA. ACA? In a particular branch of study. I know it's a tall ask, but do you want to check out my work in progress? I absolutely can. I likely won't read it on stream, but I will absolutely, if you want to link me to it or whatever it is, I can read it in between, and I will let you know what I think next time I see you in chat. But yeah, I'd love to check out your stuff. Broad and comprehensive knowledge. So a polymath, not right now, whenever you have time. Yeah, well, send it to me, and I will definitely check it out. Just link it in the chat is totally fine. And I will check it out when I can. Definitely. Mastermind, expert, pundit. I just like having more points of view. Yeah, of course, absolutely. I'm a big writer myself. That's just what I do. It's a comfort for me. I don't really do it often, like, structured. I have attempted to write books, novels, and so on before, but they not really much of comfort. I'm more of a fan fiction kind of chica in my spare time. I'm sorry, but I whispered it. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. That works. I just didn't have my window up, so I didn't see it. No, I didn't. I hit no Steam. I don't want you. But yeah, no, whispering it is totally fine. No worries. What is going on? You go away. I don't want you. Didn't mean to click that. My bad. Yeah. Okay, I got the whisper. No problem. I will definitely check that out in between. Okay. Also, sorry about my grammar and spelling. English is my third escapade, so I'm not the best. English is your third language, you mean? Wow. Well, then, I hope you can understand what I'm saying. When I go on, I ramble, so if anything I say doesn't make sense to you, it's probably not you, it's me. You speak 6 languages! Wow! I barely speak 1. Well, good for you. Good for you. That's awesome. A phenom. A phantom phenom. A phenom. Because Veil Jumper is so specific, so it's like something like that that sounds, but still sounds epic, because like Book Reader doesn't exactly sound like a, I'm struggling with Korean right now. Well, I mean, struggling is still doing it. So Veil Jumper and Word, Book Jumper, Book Delver. Book Delver is cool. Page Delver. Page. Yeah, I have a dream life and I'm fighting to achieve it. That's the way to do it. I'm alive! Sephichu is back! Welcome back in! We are trying to name somebody and give them a title, and it's really freaking hard. Um, uh, Welcome back in. Page Weaver is good. Polymath. I was already tired of a single math. Now there's multiple. Yeah, no, I'm not a math person. Page Weaver is good. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Page. Page something. Page. Cause not. Weaver is like you make pages, so maybe a bookmaker would be called that. So, page. Page something. Page something. Help me, Delver. You don't have any synonyms for Delver? What the fuck? Translate to a language you don't know. Yeah, that's gonna be my next thing if I can't figure out anything. Not who the senior adventurer? I know what my next D&D character is gonna be. Hello, kids. Page crusader. Nah, that's got the problematic. Page pioneer. That's got. What profession are you going? It's okay, so, the profession basically is, I am building dwarvish society right now. And in this world, dwarves are the ones that, do, they go into a place called the Vale. If you want to think of the Vale as basically kind of like the Hollow Earth theory from Godzilla versus Kong, or from like really old movies where they talked about how dinosaurs and stuff were in the middle of the Earth. It's a really bogus like old thought of how the Earth was created or stood. But I am taking that in my fantasy world and making it real. So the dwarves, generally dwarves, not all dwarves, and not only dwarves, but dwarves are the ones that are known for going into the Vale and finding cool stuff. You know, they find, portals to other places or stuff like that. So there's the Vale jumpers, that's what they do. But there's like a partner that stays topside, and they're the ones that the Veil Jumper brings what they find to study. So that means these people are known for studying eldritch or odd knowledge, that does not exist or is not known to exist in this world. So I need a name for that. So books are going to be a big part of it. That's where the studying comes from. And they write books. So like maybe less, maybe like, oh god, this is hard. And I would do the page in Arabic is Safa, if that helps. That is cool. But the problem is I've got Veil Jumper already, and that's in English, or common, as it will be known in the world. So I want something that matches, that same kind of makeup of thing, da-da-da, Veil Jumper and page something, or book something, study something, student, oh god, this is hard. Hang on a second. I'm gonna be right back. I am gonna go to the bathroom. Continue your ideas as I head to the bathroom, and I'm also going to lower my desk so I can sit back down. But I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Great, okay. The page encoder, that's a good one too. It'd be like a decoder, it would be like a translator, like, Lore Weaver, Scribe of Tongues. Ooh, Lore Weaver. That's good. Lore Weaver sounds more like a bard. That might be a name for a bard in Dwarven society, maybe? The Scribe of Tongues is cool. So, Scribe. I think I'm gonna run with Scribe. Shh. That's my cat. Scribe. Okay. So, Page Scribe. Page Scribe. Quill Scribe? No. That's kind of... That kind of just is redundant, isn't it? So, forbidden knowledge. Like Eldritch Scribe is a little too on Veil Scribe. Why not just Veil Scribe? Veil Jumper and Veil Scribe. Figured it out. There we go. Veil. Whoops. Veil Scribe. Okay. So we have Veil Jumpers and Veil Scribe. I like that. Lore Weaver will definitely be something like that creates stories within like the Dwarvish Society or something like that. If it's widely known as the Veil, then we don't need to get too fancy with it. So Veil Scribe, Jackin Phantom Fortune, Veil Scribe. Okay. So he's going to be very much like, Jackin Phantom Fortune, Veil Scribe, how do you do? Welcome to my shop. So very much like that. My cat is being an asshole. I apologize. Hey! Please don't do that while I'm streaming. Appreciate that. Okay. If you hear banging in the background, my cat's just being a dick, and I apologize. You love cats? Great. Come here. Come here. This is Asher. I showed off thumbs earlier in the stream. But this is Asher, my little void. He's very good. Generally, until he starts... thank you! I just got it yesterday for donating blood. He doesn't like kisses. But this is Asher. You'll probably hear him mewing in the back every now and again. Could you go hang out over there? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just gave blood yesterday. So, they gave me a cool beanie. And it makes the screen go crazy. Yeah, Asher's very good. No, he can't come up here. No, no. Do you want my lap? Are you gonna behave yourself? Probably not. We'll see if he settles in, because slay for making the world better. Yeah, it's part of my, one of my, New Year's resolutions, I guess, or goals. I did it on and off quite a bit through the last few years, but now I'm trying to make it a point to make that, appointment every time I'm available. I'm a universal donor, so they literally like leave hundreds of messages on my phone the minute I am able to donate blood again. So I really want to avoid those calls because they get kind of annoying. So I'm just gonna... One of my good witch arcs, yeah. Hey, sacrifice, what are you gonna do? Yeah, so it's part of my New Year's resolutions, my goals, and not just this year, obviously. I want to continue doing that forever, because it's important. And the last time I did it, about 3 months ago, it's about every 3 months or so, depending. Something given for something gained, and I got a cool hat for it, exactly. Yeah, but the last time I did it, they let me know afterwards that they were in such short supply that the pint that I gave went directly to somebody in the hospital in my county. Like, it was that dire. Like, they needed that blood, like, right there. So, that made me kind of realize, hey, I should do this more often. I give free stuff for doing it, so why not do it more often? You know, so, yeah. So yeah, that was just hopefully the first of many. All right, so we've got our NPC for this. We've got let's, oops, no, 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 no. You go here. Work with me. There we go. All right. So, you're so nice and cool and entertaining. I can't even write. Worst of all, I'm not mad at it. Oh no. That's not exactly my goal, but I'm glad I'm entertaining. Feel free to follow, and I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Wednesdays I go a little longer because it's my rest day from the gym, so I don't have to do anything. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, so, uh, so yeah, I might do extra streams in between when I have time. Um, but but yeah, I've only just started this. How did I not even follow? I'm an No, you're not an idiot. You're fine. Uh, Fave streamer time. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. I'm glad I'm entertaining. I really, truly, I do not know if I am, but I'm glad that at least, at the very least, I can be uh, be background noise for people that are trying to create. Because that was my goal. My Tism likes you. I'm glad your Tism enjoys my Tism. Hell yeah, Tism twins. Shh, quiet. And the ADHD is not fighting it. Yep, my ADHD is there too. Um, so yeah, I'm very very glad that you're enjoying it. Even if all my community does is lurk and just listen to me ramble on, it's honestly streaming is helping me create more than I have in a while. Because I've tried in the past. I've mentioned this before. I've tried in the past to create worlds and do stuff like that for other games, but it never stuck, you know? And I didn't know why. I would have fun. I'm having fun doing this. I really am. But it would just kind of peter out and it wouldn't go anywhere, and I always disappointed myself. And I thought, well, maybe I'm not meant to do this. But I've only been streaming like a week, maybe no, like 3 weeks, somewhere 2.5 weeks maybe. And yeah, and it's just helped me create so much. Sure, I had ADHD. My TISM friend said you should try the online TISM test. Diagnosing here sucks. I got 210 out of 240. You need 120 to qualify. I haven't been brave enough to attempt any tests, and I can't afford a doctor right now to get any tests, so I just assume at the very, very least I definitely have like ADHD of some form. I don't know about TISM, although I do have a couple people in my family that do have it, so I wouldn't be surprised if I did. But at this point in my life, with how old I am, it's just kind of how I am now. So, eh. That's me now. That's it. Um, but yeah. So creating this stream, even if it's just me talking to myself, is been paying off in dividends for my world creation, and I feel more prepared for this new campaign than I ever have for pretty much any other campaign. So I'm super excited to start it, and the fact that I have to wait till February to start is like, ugh, it's torture. It's close, but it's still like I want to go. I want to run this. I want to know the characters, and yeah. So that's where I am. I'm very excited to start the game, and maybe one day when my players are confident enough, maybe I'll put up the audio recordings that I plan to make. But just to be clear, in my book for now is the system notifications. I will make them better in the second draft. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. No, whatever you got, man. That's what a first draft is for. That's totally fine. Um, no problem. So yeah, but I have already gotten a lot of really freaking cool people coming in like you that just come in and talk about just their homebrew or like their campaigns or their sessions or the characters they're making, anything like that. And it's already becoming such a great place to come and just kind of talk about it. So I that's my goal. I already have like a method with tables and such. I would just take too much time while writing. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, some of those the system is very integral to making literary RPG work. If it takes too much time and it doesn't immerse you anymore, then you kind of can't keep going. I sometimes have that issue with Ironsworn. Ironsworn is, I will say, Ironsworn is the best like single like solo player RPG that I have yet played. But I haven't been able to keep a game. Oh, excuse me, I got hiccups for some reason. I haven't been able to keep a game going by myself because I mean it might be just like the world building by myself. Like if I don't if I'm just sitting there and I'm writing by myself, then I'll find something else to do or like I'll get distracted by something. But maybe if eventually if I start doing solo role plays here on the stream, eventually, I don't know when, but maybe, then maybe it will keep the story going. So so yeah, that's there's lots of things that I'm working on right now. Right now, I'm just focusing on the world building. I'm trying to grow the community. Um, I'm trying to get to affiliate and maybe even make a little money off of it. Who knows? But that is not my be all end all goal. I'm doing this because it helps me, and I hope in turn it helps others create more. That is the goal. And that is all I want. I want to be a community where people can come and talk about their creative exploits, whatever that may be. So there you go. Um, I've Somebody has already suggested perhaps I make a Discord so people can come even if they don't make the stream. They can come and talk to each other. I probably will do that sometime soon, and we can build upon each other's conversations and we can just keep it going outside of the stream. So, you know, stuff like that can happen. I'll gauge interest as we go. For right now, I'm on Instagram and I'm on and Threads and stuff like that. There should be a link down below if you want to follow me on any of those. To keep the conversation going, please feel free. Um, and yeah, I want to build a cool community here, no matter the size. I just want people to come and have fun and talk about their cool creative ventures and stuff, like you and your new system, which I'm excited to read about. I'm on draft 0 of my book, so don't expect amazing prose and stuff. Don't you apologize about any of that. The fact that you're creating something, especially at your age, and excuse me while I get like old lady with a walker for a minute, but my group of players with this campaign when I start, they're all going to be of the younger generation than me. They're all 20 and below. The fact that you are creating something and doing something that uses your imagination is so damn important. And it's also your third language, exactly. It's the fact that you're doing something like that instead of just, and I love Gen Z. I love the younger generation, or Gen Alpha, which you are now, I think. I don't know anymore. But I love the younger generation so much because they've come so far societally and socially. But is kind of a shift going towards, and my generation is probably part of it too. And there is kind of this shift going to digital medium, and nobody's really using their creativity as much anymore. It's just kind of content. Gen Z, Gen Alpha is a bit cuckoo. Well, yeah, whatever. Regardless, I love the younger generations. nearly 18. Okay, great. See, I'm 36, so I'm literally half your age, or twice your age, half your age, I wish. I'm literally twice your age. So, so yeah, I love interacting with the shut it. Yeah, no, I'm 36 years old. I know. Uh, I thought you were 25 at best. Oh, shush, stop. Hey, guess what? You want to know the secret? You want to know the secret? Don't have kids. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, my secret is don't have kids, just get cats. uh, and don't smoke, obviously. So, there you go. You know, bless you for saying so. I appreciate that. I have found the secret to immortality. Yeah. Uh, like I said, I love interacting with the younger generations because I don't gotta worry about my own. So I can, when I get tired of y'all, you can go away and go play your Fortnites or whatever it is. I'm only half kidding. I know what Fortnite is. I'm a nerd, so I play a lot of games. Uh, it's weird, like, because I feel like not having kids kind of clues you in more to the younger generation. And you would think it would kind of disconnect you. And maybe it does if you don't put an effort into, knowing them. And I have put efforts in. Me and my husband both have put efforts into not growing bitter and shitty to the younger generation. Because maybe boomers just don't recognize that they were young once and shitty too. But I remember very, very clearly when I was young and shitty. So if you're young and shitty, I'm going to be a little more lenient with you because you're young, and that's what being young is. So I feel like I'm more connected than people with kids to the younger generation, which is weird. But again, it might just be because I actually put effort into doing so. I don't understand y'all's music though. Although my friend, my very young young player in my game, did introduce me to a singer that's, what was her name? Oh, I don't remember her name, but she was cool. Anyway, I'm trying to get into music, current music more, but oh boy, is it it's real touch and go. Anyway, off my old lady soapbox. I'm a super boring person. I'm sure that's not true. I don't play games much. I like writing and reading, and I work outside in the garden and beekeeping. Also, crafts like carpentry and stuff. Most of all, cooking and baking. That's why I'm fat. Yeah, same. I'm a big cook too. Uh, I've just started like lifting weights, and only that now am I starting to feel a little bit better about myself. But I listen to classical music and 90s, 2000s music. Dope, dope, dope. Yeah, I try to listen to a little bit of everything nowadays, though I go by my friends' suggestions, so maybe they're a little bit more niche than what the typical people listen to of that age, but I don't know. I know my one player loves Taylor Swift, like and I'm just like, my only exception is K-pop. I love a good K-pop song. It's great for dancing. It's great for workout music, and they're all very, very pretty. Um, so right, what? Here's something. I don't know how many are still watching, but if any of you have a question you would like answered about Galdor, the world, ask it so I can fucking think about these things. I want to know what people are curious about in regards to either this world or any world. Um, so, so if you have a question about the world itself, please ask it. What causes the portals? Excellent question. All right, so the veil in between the is there fighting in it? In the world itself, yes, there will be creatures and stuff to fight, and I'm sure there's going to be bad people. That's what the ever shade is for. So, looking at this is my blobby representation because I'm not an artist. What's the criteria of clearing a portal? Interesting. Okay. Those are your three. Okay, great. So, what causes the portals? So, in regards to the portals in the Veil, there's a couple possible explore explanations, not exploration, explanations of what causes the portals within the Veil. They happen other places too, but the Veil is known for like having these portals kind of popping open every now and again. So you have to be really careful. But it's just the fact that it's a liminal space, and the veil, not, you know, the veil is naturally thinner there. So if you think about, people that talk about Halloween being a time of year where the veil is thinner, so you're more likely to see spirits and ghosts, then the veil is just naturally thin in the veil. I know this is confusing. Probably should have named it something different, but we're gonna go with it. Um, yes, there is fighting. The dwarves are probably just they're probably extremely good at whatever combat prowess that they wish to. I see big harpoon guns and things like that in their repertoire of things. Um, and so, yes, there will be creatures and dangerous entities of varying types the farther down you go. Kind of here be dragons kind of stuff when you go into the ocean. So, yeah. Uh, and then, what's the criteria of clearing a portal? That is an interesting idea that I'm not sure. So that would probably definitely be part of the veil breakers or veil jumpers job, is clearing and closing portals that open that might lead to something dangerous. So I'm thinking what that will do, is they will have a specific kind of magic, um, that is based on runes, is their rewards. Rewards for closing portals. I mean, aside from studying whatever has made it to this side, I would think the dwarves. Did the veils bring the magic along, or was it always there? Magic has always been a part of the world. Um, uh, if so, how's it different? So I think as far as the portals go, the reward would be the understanding and uh, study of what comes through or what they see through this window to another plane, what have you. So that would be their reward. Now, as for who opens the portals and things like that, another thing that I've decided in this cosmology of the world is a giant garden, and this is just one tree in the garden. And so if you think of Galdor as this is supposed to be a tree, I know I'm not a good artist, but this is a tree, and then where this tree is growing from is another tree. I know, work with me. And that bigger tree is, space, is the universe that people know. So on Earth, the universe we know, going out and out and out, would be this tree, and then the Earth and the other planets would all be in individual little plants and trees on that tree. So there's your idea. Now, the portals and where they come from and where does magic come from and all that kind of good stuff is, so our tree is watched over by the nature goddess Melora. Melora, or the Wild Mother. She is this kind of rosy-cheeked hippie. Oh, sorry, time out. My husband is home. Heyo. I'm still streaming. Yeah, sorry. Sorry if I yelled. So Melora is the tender of this. You have outdone yourself. This is some top tier stuff. Oh, shush. Hello.
No, keep raising her.
No, stop.
Keep raising her.
Shh.
She's awesome.
Stop.
I love her. She's awesome.
Stop. Hi. My husband's home from work. As you can see. New follower Andrew says hi, and they hope you had a good day. He did.
Boy, that's a story for another day.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll tell me later.
I'll tell you later.
Okay, I love you. It looks like he had a day so
It
far.
was a
It
day.
was a day. Uh, yeah. They liked your outfit. He says thank you. Um, right. So, Melora oversees this plot of land, and she is like the big goddess of the pantheon of Galdor. Now, in the other planets and planes, other gods get to overwatch their own. So there's no one overarching god. There is no Zeus. There is no, Ra. There is no one god that is better or more powerful or more worshipped than all the others. They all kind of sit at the same table. They just get their same plot of land that they get to claim. More notes. And so so Melora just, can a god be evil? Yes, that's another thing. So there are gods that are not chill. Hold on, let me bring up my list of gods. I don't have all of them yet. I have my good pantheon. So these are all of them as far as I've understood. I didn't want to have too many, but then I got really excited. I might still parse this down a bit. But most of the bad gods are direct mirrors or, opposite versions of the good gods. I'll figure out the rest of them later. But, I've got Bahamut, so I need to have Tiamat, who are, the chromatic versus the metallic dragons. There's good and bad. Then there's the goddess of winter, of course. If you're gonna have nature, you need to have winter, but she's kind of understood that this god is god of death. I might move the Raven Queen. Oh, I already had the Raven Queen, and she's already winter, isn't she? Hey, this is what we discover. So we don't need to do Oriel because we have the Raven Queen. She's more neutral in my mind, but I might just move her down. We can do that. There you go. So yeah, those are my gods. They can absolutely be bad, but still they are still given a seat at the table. Strangely. Hello from Germany. Thank you for coming over, Hoyle. I hope I'm. What's brewing? Right now we're talking about the gods and how magic works in my homebrew World of Galdor. So as okay, hang on. Sorry. So if we think of the celestial plane where the gods live, okay, right? That's where the gods live. They can't directly interfere with specific mortals on certain planes. The gods stand on the fabric of Reflesius, and so it is known that every god has the opposite, different side of the coin. Yeah, yeah. So, so even the bad gods, which, because I, I don't yet have like demon gods involved in this, and I'm not sure if I will. I might just have opposite energies, basically. My brain came up with that, sorry. No, absolutely, this is what I am here for. I love that. Um, we're here to share all of our ideas. I'm being vulnerable with my ideas, even if they're not good, and so everybody can feel like they can just as much just throw stuff at the wall. Evil gods are still better than archdemons. Yes, I don't know if I'm going to welcome in. By the way, Holipa. I hope I'm saying that right. No idea is really a bad idea. I agree, exactly that. But sometimes our brains get in the way of ourselves and say something's bad when it's really not. Um, so, uh, all of the gods, even the bad ones, get their own plot of land, and they can do whatever they want with it. So, if they just want a dead piece of land, Melora's gonna kind of about it, but It's their plot. Now, that does not mean that the other gods don't mess with each other's plots. So sometimes a bad god, trickster god, what have you, or even a good god, like, for instance, bad ideas and typos can make creativity move like a landslide, correct? Absolutely. Um, so let's say Melora's tending her tree, and then she turns to go help another god with their plot of land, whatever that is. And maybe Melora's sneaking around putting more greenery in places that gods may not want it. Same thing with Melora's tree, or Galdor, where we are. Maybe Bahamut comes over and goes, "There should be more dragons. let's put some dragons here." And then Tiamat goes, "Screw you! If you're gonna have more dragons, I get more dragons." And then Melora turns around and goes, "What the hell?" And they go, "Nothing," and they leave. So a lot of the strange happenings, portals included, are a direct response to God's kind of finagling things, either energies or introducing new things. Is there punishment for messing with different gods' tree? That depends on the god and how bad you mess with it, I would say. Like, I don't think at this point there has been a god that has destroyed another god's plot. That would be literally an apocalyptic event. Um, but that would be potentially some drama between gods. Like if you had two players that followed two different gods, and like some historical story tells of, you know, of when one god introduced something that almost killed another god's plot of land, then that could be a problem. But Melora is understood as the main goddess of Galdor. The other gods are still worshipped, but Melora is kind of worshipped by everybody in this weird way because she is your Mother Earth, if you want to talk, if you want to, consider it that way. Um, so yeah, that's the general idea. So I'm trying to avoid the typical drama between gods that are usually written about in D&D campaigns. Like usually it's like, "Ah, my sister did this and killed my lover." Who made the plots of land? The gods. Melora probably had a general outline of an idea. Why was it divided equally? Because Melora is nice. Because probably because all of the gods felt if they all had equal spots and equal land to dedicate to their project, if you want to call it that, then there'd be less like interpersonal issues. And generally that's correct, but they still mess with each other because you need some sort of drama between the gods. I'm just trying to, what if the land was a competition? I mean, that could possibly be what caused it, or what at some point. um, I don't know what the criteria of the competition would be, because if, for instance, if you're the god of nature, like Melora is, and then you're the god of death, like the competition can't be for who has the most life, because that's not fair. So that it would be difficult. More like it was created one after another. Without this balance, the god would try to steal from each other. Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to avoid too much of that. I'm gonna kill you, or at least my followers are gonna kill your followers with the gods. Now there are some of that. Bane is, if Bane is the god of tyranny, there's gonna be assholes that, try to overthrow places and things and people. So that still happens. But a lot of that is not because of the god's intervention. It's because of the god's teachings and the tenets, and as it was passed down and down. And um, uh, so yeah, it's not necessarily. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Hang on. There ever collision between worlds? Not yet. Maybe there will be. But they're all pretty solid in their plots. But maybe one day there will be a god that pushes that boundary a little bit too far and tries to overtake, like, where the tree is, and then you see, like, this strange blot out of the stars or what have you. You know, it could be any number of things. Um, I'm avoiding apocalyptic stuff right now because this game is first and foremost cozy. That is my goal with this game. Is I'm trying to run something very cozy and comfortable, still with combat and conflict, to be sure, but nothing too dire. You know, I like a good fantasy story where let's just go out and fight some dragons. A god has stolen a world and tries to fuse it with his world, so he has the biggest world. Yeah. So with that, in interest of that, with new races, so whatever the first race was, I need you to tell me to write. Go write, Andrew. Go write. Write a sentence now. Get a sentence out. Mute me and get a couple sentences out. Go. Um. so I might stop here soon anyway. So, um, but yeah, with the races of the world, some of those were created through grafting of either branches or fruits. So, for instance, I'm saying that all the races were born from seed. The first race could not exist anymore because the gods' shenanigans. Possibly could be part of that. Um, but say you had a fruit that had the seeds of what created the elves, and then the god of like the Shadowfell wanted to mess with that, so he introduced his own seed into that fruit and grafted the fruits together. Then you have the Drow. That's how new races are made. So, you know, they all come from different gods and they all have their own patron gods, and that's where the patron gods come from, which I will also figure out as we go. But, um, but yeah, each race was created intentionally, introduced into the world by a god. So, there you go. Oh, excuse me. Um, right. So, So that's also where the portals come from. Sometime a god will just kind of open up a little thing and push something through, or maybe some guardian in another plane hopper area fell asleep on the job and the portal opened and somebody got through on purpose. Or like other races from other planets might learn how to open a portal from their end and end up here. It could be any number of things. So the portals themselves are kind of a bit by bit basis. Will I be able to read it today? Probably not today, honestly. After this, I've got to make dinner and then I wind down a bit and that kind of stuff. So I probably won't be able to read it today, but I will definitely read it. Probably uh, around my either tomorrow or before my next stream on Friday. So yeah, I will definitely get my thoughts back to you. So if you come into the stream on Friday, let me know and remind me to give you my thoughts, and I will. Um, so yeah, that's what we're at with the gods and the goddess, the good gods and bad goddess. Jeez, good gods and bad gods. What time do I start? I start at 12 Eastern, and Wednesdays I go a little longer. Usually I only go for 2 hours on Monday and Friday because I got other stuff to do. I got to go to the gym and stuff. So I go from 12 to 2 Eastern Standard Time. Uh, I don't know what that is for you. Yeah. Hopefully I'm not too early or too late in whatever time zone you are located in. 6 to 8 p.m. Okay, so that's not bad. Not bad. Okay. Hopefully that's a good writing time for you, generally speaking. Um, so yeah, okay. So we've got got that. Um, it is perfect. Yeah. So you can do that while you write. I appreciate you vibing while I do. So. Oh, and the way magic works in this world as well is there are three types of magic. Okay. There is the ceremonial magic or celestial magic. That is the magic of wizards, the studying type of magic. That is how you get to your magic, is through study, and it is full of specific rituals and incantations and runic and things like that. So that's your wizard reading out of a book, that kind of thing. Then there is folk magic, which is more of the witchy type of things, where you take, some basil and some rosemary and some salt and you make a potion out of it and it helps you with your problem. Also, within folk magic, there is there's also the nature aspect of it. So your druids would be considered a branch of folk magic, as well as anybody that works with potions or that kind of thing. And then finally, there's tribalistic magic, which is specifically magic passed down through bloodlines and family practice. So, so with tribes of goblins or orcs or humans or anything, any tribal magic that involves calling down ancestors, or dancing around a fire and chanting a certain thing to make the next harvest go well, or something like that. That is tribalistic. And sometimes folk and tribalistic can overlap, but so can ceremonial magic, because both of those things involve ritual, or all three of those things involve ritual to some aspect. But but yeah, there's those are the three branches of magic within the world. And divine can be considered any of those, in my experience, because there might be divine magic within the tribalistic trade of, like, following your god. It's like goblins and orcs and the like, and they all have their own god. So if it's like a racial based thing, and it's your tribe, then you have a god. So you can get Philatabilio. Am I saying that right? Philatabilia. Welcome in. Appreciate you dropping by. Um, but uh, but yeah, that and so uh, a cleric or a paladin. Uh, Welcome in. Tell us what you're working on, if you're doing any world building or cool stuff. Right now, I'm talking about the magic system within my homebrew World of Galdor that I am going to be running a Dungeons and Dragons campaign in February. Hopefully, if everything goes well. Fingers crossed. Um, so yeah, the divinity can be any of those things. Divinity can be ceremonial, folk, or tribal. It just depends on how you approach it. You know, because let's be honest, if you think about the worshiper of any god, no two people are going to worship the same, and how you call down your god is going to change, depending on who you are and what speaks to you. At least in my experience. So divinity should kind of be an umbrella term that can enter into any of those things. So that's my idea of it anyway. It's just where you call your magic from, also knowledge, divinity, so on and so forth. Uh, yeah. So that's the magic system as of right now. What do you need help for? Oh, no, no, no. This stream is not necessarily because I need help. This stream is for people to come in and, well, several reasons. I was looking for something as a DM to listen to as I world built. It sounds weird either way, doesn't it? And so I tried to find other people that were streaming game prep, not just actual plays on Twitch, and I didn't find any. So I decided to make one myself. Yeah, because I thought it was a cool idea, and I need body doubles to do what I do. World building in a vacuum is very difficult for me, so I wanted to offer myself as like your background noise or whatever to inspire you to do your own world building. Um, I also want to create kind of a community of people that can come together and talk about the cool stuff that they are inventing, or homebrewing, or world building, or whatever. Um, I love thinking about deserts. Oh, I have a desert right in the middle. I have the, one second. Here we go. I have the Diamondback Desert, right here in the middle of my, whoops, in the middle of my, work with me. There we go. Middle of my world. I don't know if that makes sense, but I do have a big old desert. Because I have one of my characters is a Gynosphinx that comes from a desert type area of the world. So I needed to invent one. So there you go. Um, but yeah, I want this channel to keep going because I want to be a community for people that are creating stuff and can come together, and we can bounce ideas off each other or introduce our cool ideas to each other or any number of things. So that's the that's the goal of this channel. It's not necessarily. Sometimes I will come on here and be like, okay, I need help thinking of a thing, and that's when chat can go and go and go and give me ideas. But which happens a lot. And why is it in the middle? Because it looked cool. So okay, let me introduce you to Galdor. Galdor is not like your typical planet in that it is not a planet. Galdor is a tree. Uh, Galdor is the top. Well, specifically, what you're looking at right here is you're like looking down directly over top of a tree. So, uh, this is the highest place within the tree, so therefore it's closest to the sun. Does that make sense? I don't know. But there's magic in this world, so I'm not worried too much about things making sense geographically or scientifically. And then I just kind of did this because I'm thinking if, like, the wind is known for blowing this way and this is the hottest place, then hot air continues down and becomes desert. I don't know. And it just looked cool. I might, and also the map is subject to change depending on my mood. So if I change it, cool. If not, cool. No big deal. So there you go. So yeah, it's a tree. It's kind of basically a flat world. Here's my really bad artist rendition of it. So what you are looking here, this is the top of this. So you're looking down on this. And then the veil is the in-between area that has a bunch of weird stuff that looks like Hollow Earth, kind of. That is between the canopy, the overbow, or however, I haven't decided what to call it yet, and the Evershade, which is our version of the Underdark in this world. The Underdark's a little different here, as you can imagine, because it is, instead of a bunch of caves and stuff, it is the bottom of a tree where the sun doesn't reach. Tape player looked cool is always a correct answer. That's right. Rule of cool in world building. Heck yeah. Welcome in, tape player. I appreciate you dropping by. Wow, I'm getting real busy in the chat today. This is great. I love this. This is so cool. Um, so yeah, I wanted the challenge of making a planet that wasn't a planet, basically, that wasn't a spheroid or anything. I wanted a different shape, and since this world and this game was first and foremost meant to be cozy and witchy and like fun for my players, I decided a tree would be the coolest thing to do. So there you go. It's a tree. Evershade. Now I can't remember if that was my suggestion or somebody else's. Either way, it's good. Yeah, Lutherian, I couldn't remember if it was you or one of the others, but it is cool, and I'm keeping it. I agree, it is good. I forget who suggested it, but it was a very good suggestion. It definitely sounds better than whatever I said. uh, go. Oops. There we go. What do you have? Conspiracy. Yeah, you're not the first one to bring that up. Is this map related to Arcadia, the Outer Plane? Arcadia? No. Um. Oh, that is the name of a plane, isn't it? I forgot. Maybe it took an inspiration from it. You're not the first one tape player to bring up the idea that conspiracy theorists swear that the Earth is round. I forget who it was earlier. um, I forget. Yeah. I totally forgot that Arcadia was another plane. I just took it because it sounded good. It's the name of the continent there. That kind of uh, this particular moon. I gotta put in borders for different nations as well. But yeah, maybe the first people here were from Arcadia. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. That's ancient history in this world now. So who cares? Thank you for reminding me though, because I did totally forget. I was just going for the name of the Fey realm in old mythology, you know, and it's been used and reused over and over again for names of various things. So I just figured for now I'll just use it. Maybe I'll think of something better, but naming continents and and like nations and stuff like that in countries is really hard. True facts. When in doubt, yoink. Yes, exactly that. That's my whole job as a DM and a writer is to steal stuff. Um, but yeah, I might have a couple conspiracy theorists that swear that the Earth is round or some such silliness, but we'll see. But it's also kind of hard to deny certain things in the world when the gods are like right there, kind of. So who knows? Um, yeah. So I did. Here we go. I did put this here as like a placeholder next to this mountain, and it's on the wrong layer. How do I? Uh, I have 4 days to write up the entire eternal city of the Githyanki in the astral plane. That's where my players have decided to go next. Lots of yoinking ahead. Wow. Oh god. I've never included the Githyanki in my game. I honestly forget like they're a thing until Baldur's Gate 3 came out. And now I'm like, "Oh yeah, they're like a whole thing." um wow. 4 days, huh? Good luck. I mean, it's already kind of already in the canon. So what else do you have to figure out? Has the city never come up in lore before, as in canon lore? Oh, the Eternal City? Yeah, that's my question too. If you're not, I'm borrowing alternate Githyanki from MCDM's Flea Mortals Monster book. Oh, I haven't read that yet, which is Amazeballs. If you haven't read it, yeah, that's definitely on my list. I have yet to really get on there. Time Raiders. I love Matt Colville though. He's great. He doesn't run the game exactly how I would run it, but he's got extremely good advice for pretty much any DM. Um, yeah, so I've heard great things about that book. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you're just yoinking from the canon that's already set, it shouldn't be too bad for the players, at least as an introduction. So, you know, that's that you got time. You got time. You could always mess up with their travel as well. I mean, buy yourself time. That's, you know, whatever. It's a dangerous place out there in the astral plane. It being a monster book, there's like a paragraph or two about them, so I have to cludge together their version of the city and make it a place that PCs can actually adventure. Okay, yeah. Does he have any other, like... I honestly don't know. The astral plane was an improvement. They started the session trapped in the abyss. Jeez, you're plane jumping like crazy in this game. That's awesome. What did they do to make you so mad? You put them in the abyss. You go in timeout. Been DMing for decades. It's my first planar leg. Wow. Wow. That's fun. Yeah, I've never done much of a planar thing either. I will do a jump over to like the Feywild generally. In most of my games, they end up in the Feywild just because I love the Feywild. But they followed some cultists trying to escape some guys who were kidnapped in Sigil. Okay. And had absolutely zero plan to get back. That be players, though. Don't worry about it. Let's go. uh, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? How do I move you up? There we go. Move up a layer. Nope. Do it again. Oh, it's control. Okay. Did I do it? Is it above the mountain? Work with me. Yeah, okay, now it's above the mountain. Okay. So I have that as a placeholder as potentially the... No, actually, you know what? I kind of like this. Oop, nope. You stop that. Incarnate, I need you to work with me. Maybe this will be the capital of Arcadia. I gotta put a border. I've gotta put a border to where Arcadia stops. I just gotta figure out how to do that. In this, here we go. Oh, I don't have money to pay you, Incarnate. Otherwise, I would. I promise. I can't do paths. How is that locked behind a paywall? It's a path, for God's sake. Alright. Well, I'll figure out how to indicate the edges of the... I'm thinking of, like, where the green stops, so... If, like, here... And then anything after that will probably be not considered Arcadia anymore. Because that, I mean, that makes sense. You would probably, if you were building a nation, you would probably stop it once a desert starts. So, um, so yeah. So the capital city, if it's kind of, I like that placement kind of makes more sense to me. Having it all the way on the bottom is fine, but yeah, I think right there would be fine. There's a lot of stuff to fill out on this map, that's for sure. Alright. Well, I think I have officially talked my throat raw. So I think I'm gonna end the stream here after... God, how long has it been? Oh my god, it's been 5 hours. Oh god, okay. That was a lot. Are there canals between the large lakes? Yeah, probably. I couldn't get the water tool to, like, cut small enough to represent canals, so... There probably will be, and I'll probably eventually mark them and stuff, but definitely there's probably a lot of travel in between with ferries and whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna stop there for today, and I will be streaming again on Friday at 12 to 2 Eastern Time. And we will continue on. You take it easy as well, tape player. Please don't forget to follow. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I have links to my social media down below. I might be creating a Discord because that was something someone was interested in. So we could continue that. I will let you guys know on Friday if I do, and you guys can tell me your thoughts on that. But in the meantime, follow me on other socials. Give me your ideas if you want. Uh, just let me know what you think about a Discord and if you would like that, and how I should build it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. Please have a great day. Don't forget, stay hydrated. Go and play pretend because it is so important to your happiness and your mental health. Stretch your body and have a great day. Go create something today. Have a good day. Bye.